Hey guys, how's it going? This is Yusei D Wheeler here, and we are back with more Fate Grand Order Lostbelt 6. And this is the part 2, and why is my friend messaging me right now? Stop! Okay. In the last one, though, we did a lot in the last one. We basically managed to ring one of the bells. We met up with Percival at the round table, and he was a pretty cool dude. And then we also had another run-in with Gawain, Fairy Knight Gawain, whose real name is Bargus. Dun dun dun. For those who don't know. And now, yeah. And then we also figured out where Mash was sent off to by Morgan's water mirrors. He was sent to the past, well, before the Tree of Emptiness was yeeted to Olympus. So, yeah. So right now, we're dealing with the aftermath of Barghest burning down Oberon's forest. And right now we are going... And we already we also rung one of the bells, too, from the pilgrimage. We rang Norwich's bell, and now we are going to go ring another bell. So, yeah. Let's hope things go well. And right now we're going back to Salisbury, as you see here. And right now I'm just kind of refilling my drink because we are in for another long stream, folks. Alrighty. Without further ado, let us continue. Okay, cool. Tintagel's Bell of Pilgrimage, which I've been hearing constantly for 16 years, rings in the distance. Or no, wait, I think this is Altria, yeah. Tintagel's Bell of Pilgrimage, which I've been hearing constantly for 16 years, rings in the distance. Oh yeah. Well, I think we're going to Salisbury and then we're going to... Oh, but right now we're trying to go to Altria's hometown. It's a crude, roughly honed bell that looks nothing like the bells it's based on. It embodies the wish that the child of prophecy will one day grow strong and set off on her journey. Tintagel is a coastal village located north of Cornwall. It's a small, insignificant place. Both the High Queen and the clan heads tend to forget it exists. Caster, I brought you a new book. It's about etiquette for upper-class fairies. You should study it now so you'll be ready when you leave for the castle one day. Let's see, do you mind if I put the table here? By the way, have your Fey markings grown yet? You'll be 16 years old in only 2 more years, you know. I'm getting a little worried. Your journey is going to be hard enough as it is. I see you're working hard again today, Caster. You are so diligent, dedicated, and innocent. You play just as hard as you study, and you always find whatever it is the village needs at any given moment. The other fairies could learn a thing or two from you. Just seeing you in action fills us with hope. Still, I'm afraid it's going to be difficult to pay this year's tax. Thankfully, we were able to squeak by thanks to all your help. But at this rate, I'm worried Tintagel may cease to exist by the time you turn 16. What are we going to do? We must, why, you must be so very... I swear, none of these fairies have any tact. I guess that's what happens when you've lived past your prime. Well, there's nothing wrong with saying when you don't like something. In fact, you should say so. Don't you agree, Caster? I mean, you don't want anyone treating you differently just because you're the child of prophecy either, right? Come on, let's do something fun. The Elder's not gonna mind if you just hang out for a little while. Did you hear there's a merchant caravan coming this way from the East Road? Maybe we can get musical instruments from Gloucester. If they have any, I'm sure they'd sell to you. I mean, you're the child of prophecy. Oh, have you been growing? One of the older fairies was saying you grow and change over time, unlike the rest of us. It's so weird to think about, but I guess it's better that way. With the magical energy you have now, you couldn't even survive against a single black dog. So hurry up and grow as much as you can, okay? Until then, we'll keep you safe. Everyone had such high hopes for me. It was a tiny village with no future, but they all believed in me, even though I didn't deserve it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I'm so weak. I'm sorry I couldn't be stronger. Wait, it's been razed to the ground? I'm sorry I couldn't protect our village. What's wrong with this village? I told them it was futile to fight back, yet they still tried to resist. Did they all go crazy? Wait, when did this happen? When did Woodwose get over to Tintagel, though? Forget the Tintagel fairies. Find the child of prophecy. We've embarrassed ourselves enough as it is. If we let her escape now, I'll never be able to face High Queen Morgan. His voice was like thunder. It was the first time I've heard a truly powerful fairy roar with anger. I was too scared to even try to fight. All I could do was run away by myself crying. Oh, so this is before we got here. I'm sorry, Grandpa. I wish I could have stayed there with you. Music, folks. Why are people messaging me now of all times? It only took half a day to make it back to Salisbury. This new carriage is so much easier to pull. And now that we're fighting against the Queen, I have no intention of obeying the speed limit anymore. Nay! At this pace, we can make it back to Londinium before sunset. What would you like to do? I don't think there's any rush. Seconded. I need to get out before my poor back and butt shatter completely. I could use a breather too. I think I might be getting a little motion sick. Then why don't we rest up at Mike's restaurant? I've been wanting to talk to him about something anyway. How about you, Percival? I'm going to continue on to Londinium. I'm sure the Child of Prophecy will be welcome in Salisbury, but I don't think the same can be said for the commander of the Round Table Army. Huh? What are you talking about, Percival? There's a resistance movement in Salisbury too, right? Why don't you just work together? It's not that simple. The Round Table Army and the Salisbury Rebel Army are different organizations. They may be similar, but their goals aren't quite the same. Especially since Aurora is still publicly presenting herself as being on the Queen's side. If she did anything to hint that she's sympathetic to the Round Table Army, she'd be squished like a bug, clan head or not. Guess that's true, yeah. But ain't it kind of a bad luck to just be sitting on the sidelines at this point? Not at all, Lord Muramasa. I wouldn't expect Lady Aurora to choose anything else. Anyway, Kunji's telling me she still has plenty of energy, so I'm going to go on ahead to Londinium. Oh, beloved child of prophecy! Oh, valiant child of prophecy! She's all getting flustered again. Courageous savior of Norwich, equal of the Queen in Camelot. She's going to rebuild Londinium and defeat the Tamlin. You're a star, Altria, a bona fide star.
Well, I'd just as soon not be if it means having pancakes with my face on them. The worst part is, they're prettier than I am, I swear. What is it about the Wind Clan fairies that makes them so good at getting under your skin?
Da Vinci, you're finally back! Where were you? You said you were only going to be gone a little while, but it's been over 2 weeks. Oh, but never mind that. The important thing is you're back. I've got so many things I want to show you. I made a whole new menu. I've been getting along better with the Wind Clan fairies. And I'm even hanging out with humans now. It's been real busy, but I'm having so much fun.
Hey, Mike. Sorry for making you worry. Still, don't you think you might be trying a few too many new things at once? You're the kind of fairy who concentrates best when you're on your own, so I think you'd be better off sticking to one thing at a time.
You think? Well, maybe you're right, but one's just not enough anymore. After all the amazing things you taught me, Da Vinci, everything else just pales in comparison.
Jeez, how can I scold you after a compliment like that? Sorry, Yusaku, but I need to stop by the kitchen and taste test Mike's new recipes. I just hope he hasn't used any overly strange seasonings this time.
This time? By all means, take your time. We'll just be resting up in the back. Nice to see Da Vinci's got a friend. Well, more of an apprentice, really. She said she got to know him while she was wandering around on her own. It at least means we can come and go as we please. That does make it perfect for having secret meetings here at this quiet little back table. Oberon? Yeah, I've got something serious to discuss. I know you all kept quiet about this after we left the Welsh Woods, and I appreciate your consideration. But time is not on our side. Woodwose's army still has Londinium surrounded, if we're going to defeat them. Yeah? I'm going to need a katana. Would you make me one, Muramasa? Huh? I'm a grown man. I can't keep fighting with a tree branch forever, and your katana's so cool. Do you think it'd be okay if I wore one on my waist too? What? He actually wants a katana? Wait, how's that supposed to work? Wait, does this sprite have a katana? Are you nuts? You don't carry a katana for looks. Besides, isn't iron dangerous for fairies? Don't worry, it would just be for show. I never actually used something that dangerous. That's worse, you dumbass. I'm not gonna help you be a damn samurai cosplayer. The most you're getting out of me is a bamboo sword. Oh, Oberon.
It's good to see Oberon feeling better again, isn't it, Yusaku? Yes, it is. It sounds like a joke, but he's really serious about this katana idea.
How could you do this to me, Muramasa? You're even stingier than I thought. Did you forget how you only beat Bargus with my help? That's got nothing to do with this. I can't give you a katana when you don't even know how to use one. I gotta admit, you were pretty good in that fight, though. You said you weren't much good in a fight earlier. Were you just being modest? Well, yes and no. I don't like pain, and my abilities make me much better at serving in a support role. Plus, I didn't really want to draw attention away from the Child of Prophecy. If she thought her companions were more capable than she was, Ultra would have slunk back to Tintagel long ago. So I decided to avoid the limelight until she started feeling a little more confident.
Good point. I probably would have just gone back to Tentacle if you had, yeah.
See? At any rate, that was my one foray into combat. I wasn't myself back there. The foreign mage is supposed to guide the child of prophecy, not me. I'm not going to overstep my bounds anymore. From here on, this battle's for the two of you to fight. Besides, now that the Welsh forest has been burned down, my part in all this is probably just about over. Oberon?
Guys, Mike just told me some big news. Huh? What's with all the long faces? Did you already hear about it from a patron or something?
No, we haven't heard anything. What's this all about, Da Vinci?
Well, some of the refugees from Norwich who escaped to Salisbury headed off to Londinium this morning to join the Round Table Army.
Is it because we defeated Gawain?
Yep. Apparently, news of our defeat has already made its way across Britain. I have an idea or two about who might have gone around spreading that rumor, but never mind that for now. The important thing is that people are starting to really put their faith in the Child of Prophecy now. The enemy thinks the Round Table Army is just going to stay holed up in Londinium, but if we can muster enough fighters to go on the offensive, we can defeat Woodwose before the Queen sends reinforcements. Exactly, though only if we keep getting more fighters from across the country. And if we're going to make that happen, we've got only one option. Can you do this for us, Oberon?
Of course. Besides, you guys have already met the criteria Aurora laid out. All that's left now is for her to hold up her end of the deal. So let's go get your reward for saving Norwich. Oh yeah, since we're in Salisbury now, she'll more than likely just allow us to ring the bell now. We're fighting an alter ego. Why are we fighting an alter ego? No, that's because we already went to go ring the bell. That went great. Aurora didn't have any problem with letting us ring the bell. I mean, yeah, she said, hey, just go ring Norwich, and then you come ring our bell, too. I'm like, and it's like, okay, you ready to go? Fine. I mean, she held up her end of the bargain, too, so yeah. I was just reciting poetry when I heard the bell ring all the way outside town, too. It was as crisp and clear as a crunchy carrot. Still, I can't help but worry about how Lady Aurora will be able to keep her position after this.
Apparently, she plans to tell the Queen that we broke in and rang her while she was away. We'll just have to trust that Aurora's diplomatic skills will be enough to carry her through such an obvious lie. Still, even if the Queen does start treating her as an enemy, so long as she can maintain plausible deniability until we defeat Woodwose's army, we can then send the Round Table Army's troops out to Salisbury to keep her safe in case the Queen's army shows up. Great point, and besides, Algiers rung 2 bells now. Even I can tell that her, aura is incredible. Everything from her strength to her power, her destructive force has increased like 1 billion times over. Just so you know, I'm the strongest fairy ever now. Not even Bargus could stand a chance against me. Oh man, I can't believe you actually said that. I was so impressed. You think? I don't remember saying anything like that, but you really think so? What do you think, Yusaku, Oberon? Could I take Baggy one-on-one now?
Not likely. You're probably just a bit stronger than Tristan now, but Bargus is tough even without her gifted name. She still has at least 10 times the strength and skill you do, so going to take her on alone would be suicide.
Right, of course. It's not like I was any better than trash to start with, after all.
Ouch. Now, that's being way too hard on yourself.
Yusaku-san, your magical circuits. Oh, right. For fairies, they're called fey markings, aren't they? Anyway, no matter what you call them, you clearly have more of them now. For example, both humans and fairies alike are born with a set number of nerves. But in your case, instead of getting stronger through training, like most people, you've gotten stronger because of an increase in the number of nerves you have. It's completely unprecedented, and makes you very, very special. That said, it also raises other questions. I've heard there are two kinds of fairies here. The kind whose appearance never changes from the time they are born, and the kind whose appearance changes at every stage of their life. By this point, I'm pretty sure you're the latter type. But there still aren't many past examples of a fairy's abilities growing this much. Though there have, of course, been cases where a loss of purpose or shine has led to a fairy losing magical energy. So how do you feel about these developments, Alchia? I wish I knew the answer to that myself. Well, maybe it's just because I'm a child of prophecy. I need some sort of edge if I'm really going to fulfill my calling.
That does make sense. If a mediocre fairy like you was going to defeat a genius like Morgan, you pretty much have to cheat to stand a chance.
What about you then, Oberon? How good a fighter are you anyway? I didn't have a chance to see in the forest, so why don't you show me what you can really do?
I already said I'm not going to fight anymore, remember? Besides, who would I even fight?
Okay, Muramasa, you're with me. Gareth, you're also with me. Red Rabbit, you're with me too. Da Vinci, you're with me. And Yusuke, you're of course with me too. Okay, we have our teams. Let's go, Oberon. I'm going to kick your scrawny ass all up and down this field.
Oof! I gotta kick your scrawny ass. Fine then, you'll take my side, right, Yusuke? Ooh. Wait, is this one of those things? Sorry about this. So wait, am I on Oberon's side now? Alrighty. Oh, excuse me. She just took everyone for herself. I forgot he doesn't. Wow, that did nothing at all. So...
いいとも気がいいともペーセウスの鎧命の輝きヒュッポリテの弓だ思い出より早く流星のように
Ow. Ow. Oof. Okay, I guess we're supposed to lose this one. Sorry. I was checking a message.
Salisbury's bell has been rung. Now, I cannot yet declare this publicly, but as the head of the Wind Clan, I have accepted the Child of Prophecy as the rightful savior of Britain. Once she has rung all 6 bells, the Wind Clan shall make our objections known to the Queen. Unfortunately, this also means that the horrors of war will one day reach Salisbury as well. Will you all accept my decision, even if it should bring trouble to our doorstep?
Of course, Lady Aurora. You needn't even ask. We cannot trust Queen Morgan with Fairy Britain. We have all been eagerly awaiting this day for a long time now.
I would expect no less from the guards of Salisbury. Your loyalty pleases me. The Child of Prophecy has returned to Londinium. Her battle with Woodwose will begin shortly. Things will start to change very quickly all across the land once she's rung Oxford's bell as well. Be sure to set your formations so that you are ready to deploy at a moment's notice.
Huh? Excuse me, Lady Coral. Our formations already set are already set. We can leave for Londinium at any time. Shouldn't we go help them fight Woodwose to show how strong Salisbury truly is?
Watch your tongue. This is not your choice to make. Listen to me closely. The Fang clan have long been proud guardians of Britain. The Wind Clan will never do battle with them. Our enemies are Morgan the Witch, the Earth Clan for the transgression they have committed, the Queen's supporters in Camelot who gorged themselves on peace, and the humans of the Anti-Fairy organization who don't know their place. Lady Aurora will not lead us into battle until Camelot is well and truly on the back foot. I will not tolerate anyone carelessly putting our fair city in danger. Salisbury will remain neutral until the time is right. Forget about the humans of Londinium.
So... is that so Salisbury won't be punished if the Child of Prophecy should happen to lose?
That is what I said. I trust there are no objections.
Understood. We will not open Salisbury's gates to anyone, even refugees from Londinium.
Really? I don't see the harm in that, Coral. Lady Aurora! It may be dangerous for us to take in soldiers from the Round Table Army, yes. But civilians from Londinium who took no part in the battle would merely be refugees. It would be improper for me as the head of a clan to simply turn aside people with nowhere else to go. Besides, if we were simply to leave the weak to their fates, on what grounds could we object to Queen Morgan's rule? But if we take in refugees, we'll have to fight the Queen before the Child of Prophecy can complete our pilgrimage. It's okay, Coral. It won't be a problem. You saw Altria for yourself, right? She's strong enough now to keep Londinium safe. Plus, she has Oberon and Yusaku with her as well. That said, if the Round Table Army were somehow to fall in spite of all that, then the time for us to remain on the sidelines will have ended. for we will be honor-bound to protect the lives and freedoms of any fairies and humans who come from Londinium seeking refuge.
Wow, that's so generous of you, Lady Aurora. You refuse to put us in danger by helping Londinium, yet you're still willing to help its people even though they've tried so pointlessly to assert their independence. You truly are the perfect queen, Lady Aurora. You're the one who can bridge the gap between fairies and humans. We of the Liberation Army vow to keep you and your city safe, even if it should cost us our lives.
What are these inferior creatures saying? There's no possible way you could protect Salisbury or Lady Aurora by yourselves. It's no use. I knew humans were worthless. All I can do now is hope the Child of Prophecy succeeds. I hope she's able to ring all the bells of pilgrimage before it comes time to fight the Queen.
Well, damn, alright. So, what happened to Oberon? I think he got his ass kicked. Okay, let's see. Oh yeah, I did some QP hunts a while ago. Let's see. That should be good. Oh man. So, are we not going to talk about the major beating that Oberon took?
一台の大仕掛け。もちろん。天将海を立つ。行くぞ。対天使対融合対決。これが私の乱流島だ。根津観音もご承覧あれ。いいわね。うんうん。天将海を立つ。行くぞ。
Oh my god, let's go.
これが私の乱流島だ。よっ。せい。押し返す。
Excuse me.
水天幕府大屏風。負けん牽制何するものだ。これぞ武蔵の戦なり。いよ水も滴るいい女。そこです。圧倒しやります。
Woo!
ありがとうご
Alright.
ざいます。皆さんのおかげです。
I'll be right back, folks. Give me 1 second. Okay, sorry about that, folks. Give me a sec. Excuse me. Alright. I can't believe things changed so much in the 2 days we were away.
Is it just me, or are there way more people here now than before? It's not just you. There've been people pouring in from East and South Gate since morning. And it's all because you guys beat a Tam Lin. I couldn't believe the news when I heard.
I'm glad you're all back safe and sound. I wasn't worried you wouldn't make it, but it's still good to see you're well. But it's still good to see you're all well. Is all this commotion because... That's right. They're all from Norwich. Some want to join our army, and others just want to live here. Even this is only about half of everyone who showed up. There were so many that we had to have. The rest. There were so many that we had to have the rest stay at Norwich for the time being.
That's right. I managed to sneak some inside Londinium under the cover of night yesterday, but that won't work again. Now that Woodwose is sending out patrols, the rest will have to come once this battle's over, right?
Pepe, you're here too?
Of course, hon. Almost time for the final battle, isn't it? So I thought we can sit around in Norwich waiting for a report. So I thought, why just sit around in Norwich waiting for a report when I can come see the action for myself?
Thanks for coming, Pepe. It's good to have you here.
Oh, no. You shouldn't go thanking me just yet. I have my own goals after all. I'm really just using you as bait here. Once the fighting begins in earnest, you're staying in Londinium until it's over, right? And if Baron knows where his target is, he's bound to turn up sooner or later. For some reason, I can just tell when and where he'll try to strike. He loves going after his victims when their guard is down, right after they had won a hard battle.
So you're both cut from the same dirty cloth, huh? Well, as long as he gets them out of our hair, you won't hear me complaining. But don't go taking any serious risks, all right? If you die now, we're gonna have to go through the rigmarole. Oh yeah. If you die now, we're gonna have to go through the rigmarole of unifying Norwich again.
Oh my, you're worried about me, Muramasi. That makes coming to Britain all the more worthwhile.
Don't be an idiot. Since I'm the Child of Prophecy's bodyguard right now, I'd just rather be dealing with you than Spriggan.
Sure thing, hon. Whatever you say. Alright, since I'm technically affiliated with Chaldea, maybe it's time I got down to serious business. Percival, Altria, Yusaku, and Da Vinci. Would you come to the war room with me? I have a proposal for what comes after the prophecy.
After the prophecy?
Let me get right to the point. This Lostbelt isn't like the others. It's not going to go away even with its tree of emptiness destroyed. It was never part of human history long enough to be pruned away in the first place. Rather, this world is just as strong as proper human history. A new human history, not an empty one. Ironic that fantastical creatures like fairies became their own human history, isn't it?
So you're saying this place isn't a Lostbelt, but a lost world, huh? I can buy that. Britain's Tree of Emptiness may have burned down during the attack on Olympus, but it had long since stopped functioning. I think this Lostbelt escaped the Tree of Emptiness's cosmic fantasy about 2019 years ago. The first year of the era of the High Queen, when Morgan began ruling Britain. It's not the Tree of Emptiness keeping this Lostbelt going, it's Morgan herself. But that also means that once we defeat her, this Lostbelt will go back to the way it was. And that should mean it'll eventually be pruned away, just like the others.
That's true, at least for Britain, but not for its residents. In the other Lostbelts, the fates of the people who lived there were inextricably tied to their surroundings. But that's not the case for this Lostbelt. If nothing else, we can be sure that the fairies who were born during the era of the High Queen won't disappear even if they leave this Lostbelt. It makes sense, really, since this world is just as strong as proper human history. That's the difference I'm trying to point out.
You mean they can immigrate?
That's right. Humans who are born in the land of the Fae can only live here. But if they wanted to, the fairies of this land could immigrate to proper human history. Now, do you get it? There's a possible future where you can all live together in peace and harmony.
Ooh.
So... what's that all mean, Da Vinci? It means that even if defeating Morgan results in this Lostbelt disappearing, you could still survive if you came with us to the outside world. At least once we figure out how to get past that wall of light.
Yep. You can either disappear with this place or start a new life in proper human history. The choice is yours, Altria. In fact, you could abandon this whole child of prophecy thing and just leave right now. There's a whole other life waiting for you on Chaldea's storm border if you want it.
I'm kind of amazed you said that, Pepe, especially with Percival standing right here.
Oh, I wouldn't have said it at all if Percy hadn't been here. I've already told him about proper human history, the Lostbelts, Chaldea, and the Trees of Emptiness. That's why I just told you, Yusaku, and Altria about this as well. I wanted to get this all out in the open, so there'd be no hard feelings. Pretty fair of me, right?
How do you feel about this, Percival? Well, I don't know nearly as much as the rest of you, so this may be pretty simplistic. But if Altria wants to stop being the child of prophecy, that's entirely her choice.
Really? Even though you went through all the trouble of creating the Round Table Army?
Really? Really. I chose to build the Round Table Army on my own. Nobody forced me to do it, and I don't intend to force anyone else to join. And besides, I really don't deserve to be their commander, not after some of the things I've done. So please believe me when I say you don't need to give up, so please believe me when I say you don't need to give up you want. I think I'm supposed to say what you want. So please believe me when I say that you don't need to give up what you want for us. Besides, now that we know we can still help the fairies of Britain escape to the outside world even without defeating the Queen. And isn't just knowing that that's an option a big step forward? Sorry. And isn't just knowing that's an option a big step forward for Fairy Britain?
Oh, well, yeah, I guess so. But, I still don't think that's good enough. Morgan will never sit back and let anyone walk away. If we're really going to save the fairies of Britain, there's no getting around the fact that we'll have to defeat Morgan Le Fay.
Where'd the Le Fay part come from?
I'm pretty sure that means the fairy in the legend of King Arthur. The Fay part changed over time to Fay in modern-day English, although I haven't seen a single other fairy called Morgan since I've been here.
I see. So you still want to defeat Morgan, just like the prophecy said, huh, Altria? Looks like I'm with you to the bitter end, then. If, as a crypter, I'm going to settle things with Beryl, then I guess as Yusaku's nosy senpai, I have a right to interfere in your affairs too. Okay, that's enough serious talk for now. And while I trust this goes without saying, for the record, if Altria plans to continue on her path as the child of prophecy, we'd best keep this conversation between ourselves. It wouldn't be very good for morale if the rebels found out they could just escape the world itself, would it?
Well, this is kind of a situation. So where'd Oberon go? Because I'm pretty sure they all just beat his ass and then that's it. Where's Oberon? Did he just go somewhere else? Okay, eve of decisive battle. Okay, no battles here. Oh, excuse me. Okay, let's discuss matters as they stand. Clicked out of the thing by accident. We may have more soldiers to work with thanks to the volunteers from Norwich, but we can't deploy them right away. They'll likely need more training, and it'll take time to establish lines of communication and integrate them into our existing forces.
Well, sure, it'd be foolhardy to send over 100 new troops into combat without any practical training. So does this mean we're going to focus on defense while we train the troops instead of making a surprise attack on Woodwose's army?
That would be the safest option, if we had time to take it. Once the Queen sends Woodwose reinforcements, it'll be much more difficult to hold Londinium's line of defense. So instead, we're going to pretend to focus on defense while a small squad of elite soldiers from my company, along with Etoile and Kenwood's platoons, take a day to sneak around the enemy's forces. Once they're ready, I'll send out my company along with the volunteer soldiers from Londinium to pad their numbers. Then, while the enemy is focused on Londinium, our unit will ambush Woodwose himself and take him out. Once their clan head has fallen, the other fairies should lose their sense of purpose. It's one of the weaknesses shared by all clan-affiliated fairies. I'm not a huge fan of this strategy, but exploiting that weakness is our best move.
Then, does that mean we're going to settle this tomorrow night?
That's right. Our assault will set out from Londinium before dawn. As for all of you, I'd like you to stay here and protect the castle walls just in case. What if we went with you? I appreciate the offer, but you see, we'll be marching upstream through the river. Since none of you are used to traversing that kind of terrain, I'm afraid you'd exhaust yourselves before we even reach our destination.
Okay, you got it. I think we can be of help defending Londinium. You obviously know what you're doing when it comes to skirmishing on level ground. So just leave things here to us and focus on winning your fight.
I will. Thank you, Lady Da Vinci. I swear in the sacred spear that I won't come back without defeating Woodwose.
Meow. What? Da-dun! Is that Oberon? Surprised. I might be a half-wit with a perpetual princely smile plastered... Surprised. I might be a half-wit with a perpetual princely smile plastered across his face, but even I can fly into a rage if you burn down my domain. But uh-oh, Oberon doesn't play fair. The trap he planted in the woods makes a mess of Bargus' shin.
Habitrot?
Oh, it's you, Yusaku. I'm just writing in my diary. I have an atrocious memory, so I always write the day's events as entertainingly as possible. What about you? Why did you come to the war room when nobody else was around? Did you feel so guilty about the festivities going on in the town plaza that you thought you'd escape up here?
You can tell.
You're worried about Mash, right? I get it. It's easy not to think about her during a battle, but at times like this, you can't help it. I know I keep saying this, but you and Mash will see each other again. I guarantee it. I can't tell you where she is or how she's doing, but I can tell you she's with someone trustworthy, a heroic spirit from proper human history, who you've both met before. All you have to do is help Altria. That's the quickest way you'll be reunited with Mash.
But I thought Morgan had taken Mash prisoner.
Looks like no one else is listening right now, so I guess I can tell you this much. Yeah, Morgan teleported Mash, but she sent her somewhere not even Morgan herself can touch her. Morgan can't capture anyone. All she ever does is send them off somewhere else. But that's nothing an outsider like you needs to worry about. All you guys have to do is defeat her. As for me, all I care about is my bride. I'm helping you all as part of helping her. After all, you can't have a happy bride without a handsome groom, right? So I can't have you dying on me for both my and Mash's sakes. Because my dream is to see off 100 happy brides.
So what number is Mash?
Mash makes 1. I don't know about the Habitrot from proper human history, but my dream started with Mash. If you know any other servants who are worried about planning their wedding, you'd be doing them a favor by introducing me to them. I can tailor any dress no matter how impossible it seems. Man, woman, human, monster, whatever they are, if they dream of being a bride, I'll be there to help. There she is. Hey! Hey you! The really energetic fairy! Huh? Are you talking to me? Do you not know my name's Gareth?
Gareth, huh? What a great name! It's nice and short, but it's also a really courageous sounding.
Thanks, but it's actually just a name I'm going by. Nobody actually gave it to me. Anyway, you're probably here to see Altria, right? It must have been too hard for a kid to break through the throng of soldiers that were surrounding her in the town square earlier, huh? Wait here, I'll go get her. Nah, we don't want to see her. The Child of Prophecy's already got Percival and the grown-ups.
Percival and the grown-ups. Sorry, I forgot to switch from Gareth's voice, sorry.
We just want to talk to you. Me? But why would you want to? Just come with me, okay? Everybody's waiting for you. Don't tug at my sleeve. I'll go with you, okay? She's here. Sam brought the charging lady back with him. Wow, so many human kids. They must have come here seeking refuge. Huh? This is the castle smithy, right?
Yep. We're helping out Granny because there aren't enough grown-ups to go around.
Hey, Nod, I brought her. Come on, do the thing.
Yes, I know. Would you mind coming here, young lady? The children asked me to make you a set of armor. I tried to tell them no, but they weren't having it. Sorry.
Huh? Armor for me? What? Is this a mithril shield? Not even the queens and knights gets to use these. Oh, what were you thinking? I can't accept something so valuable. You should be giving this to Altria. Someone as worthless as me doesn't deserve.
Worthless? Well, that's not nice. You don't believe what these children saw. You don't believe what these children saw in you. They were all abandoned by Norwich, but they scraped together. They scraped together everything they had to buy the materials for me to make this for you. They know you're not Percival or the Child of Prophecy. They were entranced by the sight of your tiny form fighting valiantly on the battlefield. Well, do you still insist you're worthless?
But I don't even know what kind of fairy I am. I'm just a weird stray.
So, what does that matter? Fairies are fairies, right? Who cares how you were born or what your role's supposed to be? You protected Londinium for us.
Oh.
Oh shit, this is the boy, sorry, whoop.
You protected Londinium for us. The first time you came here, you stood up for Yuri when she was crying because she tripped and spilled the fruit in her basket. You saved Samaria when she went out to look for the food and almost got captured by Woodwose's soldiers. Humans who are changed to be kids like us have no way of helping out in battle. And we only have around 6 months left to live. Nobody else has ever protected us. But you didn't care about any of that. You still fought as hard as you could to help us. That's why we want to thank you. Go on, Samaria. Here you go, Miss Knight. Thanks for saving us all those times. You're always charging headlong into danger, right? We've been worried about you this whole time. That's why we asked Dan to make you this armor, so you wouldn't get hurt anymore. Me? You want me to wear this so that I don't get hurt? Even though you guys are covered in bruises?
You see, these children don't care at all about what kind of fairy you are. I wasn't much use anymore in Norwich either, so I ended up here while I was looking for a place to die. But once I had something to do again, it was like I had never left the forge. I used to think our purpose was something we were born with. But the truth is, having people depend on you or helping those around you can help. Helping those around you can help. Sorry. But the truth is, having people depend on you or helping those around you can help you become a new person, the person you need to be. There you are, Gareth. Shall we get started with your training? Today I want to work on polishing your charge attack and the speed that goes into it. You've got good instincts, so you should be able to tell what your opponent's going to do before... Gareth? Is something wrong? You don't look very happy.
Oh no, I'm fine. It's nothing. That's right, it was nothing. What I wanted wasn't to save Brandon or anything so grand as that. It really was nothing. The kind of ordinary thing anyone could do.
I see. So those are tears of happiness. I'm glad you found people you care about and who care about you. Shall we give the training a pass then, since it's such an important day?
No way! I'm going to train twice as hard now. I still have a lot of fighting left to do. I'm a Knight of Londinium, after all.
A Knight of Londinium, huh? What a thing to say. You never fail to surprise.
Huh? Don't laugh at me just because you're stronger than I am. It's rude. I'm serious about this.
Oh, right. I'm sorry. I guess you wouldn't know about this. See, the Knight of Londinium was actually a specific person back in the Fey era. He was a human king, known as the last knight who fought the fairy clans and won. And he was Aesk, the Savior's lover.
Oh my gosh! I'm so sorry, I had no idea. I guess I was the one being rude.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with Knight of Londinium. It's a lot better than Round Table Army. And for what it's worth, I think it suits you better too. After all, you really are trying to protect Londinium.
I didn't say anything back then because I could tell it wasn't a good time. But you never did tell Altri and Yusuke what happened when you fought Lancelot in the Welsh woods, did you? Back then.
Ugh. I can read her next move, but I'm too slow to guard against it. She's too fast for human eyes to follow.
Huh. I'm surprised your arm's still attached. You've grown, if only a little. It doesn't matter, though. You can never hope to catch up to me. My physical capabilities, my magical energy levels, my time, I surpass you in every way. So come on, just give up already. I guess that's too much to ask, though. You never could listen even when you were a child. There's no point in me saying this, but I'll say it anyway. Don't use that spear, Percival. It's too much for a human to handle. This is just a hunch, but... Do you happen to know Lancelot from somewhere, Percival?
Oh, what the hell? What was that? Yes, Lancelot and I were actually students at the same place. We trained together for years, but that's all. I'm sorry for making you worry over nothing. Now I'm just Percival, commander of the Round Table Army. Lancelot and I are enemies now. We have nothing to say to each other, and no intention of holding back. Don't worry, the next time we fight, I'll beat her. Especially since I'm sure you and all the others will be there to help me too. We heard all about what you did in Norwich. Not even Morgan could defeat a more the size of a castle.
Thank you, but I can't take all the credit for that. I could never have done it without the foreign mage, the Knight of Sheffield, and everyone else who helped us.
That last battle we fought was incredible. My body felt light as a feather. My sword hit harder than ever. With magecraft like yours, Lady Ultra, we have nothing to fear from a coward like Woodwose.
Thank you, but I'm afraid my magecraft doesn't last very long, so please don't get too far from us. And if you ever start to feel tired, please retreat immediately.
Could you tell us what happened in Gloucester, Child of Prophecy? Is it true that you gave Tristan both a verbal beatdown and a physical one? She killed countless fairies for no reason, and nobody's been able to stand up to her since she's the Queen's daughter. Every fairy in Britain has been waiting for her to finally get what's coming to her. Now that you've beaten Barghest, I hope you can defeat that horrible Tamlin next.
Yes, if I get the chance, I certainly will. Besides, I'll need to face all the Tamlins sooner or later. So when the time comes to fight Queen Morgan's daughter, I'll make sure she faces justice for everything she's done.
Oh, that sounds amazing. I can't wait. You really are the undefeated king, the savior of the battlefield. 3 cheers for the Child of Prophecy. 3 cheers for Lady Altria.
The fact that they're all so nice makes this twice as tiring as usual. I haven't had to do this stuff since Tentagle. I'd forgotten how hard it is. I hope I did okay. I hope they didn't realize I actually have no idea what I'm doing.
Don't worry, none of them had a clue. That was some great acting. I should have known the Child of Prophecy would know how to work a crowd. Is that how you handled them back in your hometown too?
I wouldn't say that.
Yikes. You must have it even worse than I thought. Usually you'd be biting my head off for that remark. What's going on? Something got you down that you can't even snap at me?
Huh? Now you're being all considerate, Muramasa? Feels even worse than you're teasing.
That's so? Well, don't let me interrupt your pity party. Clearly no reason to worry about you.
I'm sorry. I was just kidding, honestly. I know you really are concerned about me. And sorry for making you worry, but I do really appreciate it.
Nah, what I'm really worried about is the battle tomorrow. How are we supposed to win if our leader's staring at our feet all glum instead of watching the enemy?
Oh, I see. Well, that's too bad. But really, you don't have to worry about me. I'm just a little tired from all the fighting we've been doing lately. Plus, all these Round Table Army people are just a lot more excited about this than I am. I mean, they all have their own important reasons for being here. Some want to fight for fairy and human freedom, some want revenge on the Queen, and some want a better tomorrow. Those are all great reasons, but they're so serious it's hard for me to keep up. I mean, I'm the only one here because I'm the Child of Prophecy. Sure, I like to fight, and I'm good at it, but it's embarrassing to be put on so high a pedestal.
You're good at it? She almost drowned. Nonsense. There's no way anyone who actually likes fighting would have wanted something like that. Even Yusaku wanting a holy grail was a damn sight better than that.
Huh? You saw what it was I wanted, Muramasa?
Of all the things you could have desired, that was all you wanted? So what? So what if he's a child of prophecy? If you want to act how you think everyone else... if you want to act how you think everyone expects, fine. But if nobody else is going to say this, I will. Altria, you're not cut out for fighting.
But if I quit, I would be letting everyone down, right? So it's okay, I'll be fine. I know I'm in over my head and I have no confidence in my ability to actually pull this off. But I'm sure I can at least figure out how to ring the bells of pilgrimage, so I'm going to keep doing my best to be a good child of prophecy.
Something seems a little off. I think she's pushing herself, though.
Okay, that takes care of my report to the border. What are you doing this... what are you doing up this late, Yusaku? Everyone besides the lookouts is sleeping now. I was just about to turn in too. Well, if you're having trouble sleeping, do you want to talk about what's ever on your mind?
What do you think Pepe meant by humans not being able to migrate outside this Lostbelt?
Oh, that. Okay. Okay, I guess this was bound to come up eventually. When Pepperoncino said that humans born here can only lie here, I think what he really meant to say was, humans who were made in Fairy Britain can't survive outside it. You've seen a lot of different sides to the land of the Fae by now. Well, one of them is those prisons they call human ranches. You do know what's really going on at those places, right?
They're factories where humans are made.
Right. The large facility Ultra told us not to look at was a giant human manufacturing plant. At first I thought they were being made just like homunculi. But I've realized, as I've been studying the humans here, that isn't the case. Every human here is a clone made from rearranging the DNA of one human. Even though they started out with only one human for the base material, they were able to come up with hundreds of millions of variations over repeated rearrangements and duplications. Enough variations to rival the sheer variety of people found in proper human history. The difference is that humans made here can't reproduce, and their lifespans are predetermined. I don't think the lifespan part was intentional. There's probably only so much their cells can take. When I first got to Salisbury, I remember finding it odd that there weren't any elderly humans around. There were plenty of elderly fairies, sure, but no elderly humans.
But that alone isn't enough reason to say they can't survive, right?
True. The real proof rests in the era that the original human was born. The era of the High Queen, Morrigan's reign, began after the Tree of Emptiness died. When she took over Britain, it became a lost world instead of a lost belt. A whole other theoretical phenomenon, basically. That means anything born in this era could survive in proper human history, too. But Fae-era Britain was a lost belt supported by a Tree of Emptiness, and subject to the pruning theoretical phenomenon. Anything born in a lost belt can't survive outside it. Of course, if a being is able to cross that boundary into a higher-level phenomenon, like being inscribed in the Throne of Heroes, that would let them survive in proper human history as well. But obviously, that's not the kind of thing just anyone can do. This is just speculation on my part, but I guess this Britain didn't originally have humans. Now that they've been essentially created here, fairies and humans have switched roles. Here, fairies are real, and humans are the fantastical, made-up creatures.
Right.
That's why humans from Fairy Britain can't survive in reality-based proper human history. Whatever feelings you have about how humans are treated here are yours. You can want to change things, or you can want to give up, but you shouldn't impress your own morality upon them. Even if their lives seem like a fleeting illusion to outsiders, they're still very real to them. As for their age limits, well, every life form's time has to come to an end someday. It's kind of sad that these people won't get more time, sure. But that's all it is. Sad. It's nothing you need to grieve over. The important thing in everyone's life is where they're trying to go and how far they manage to get. And I don't mean literal physical distance, I mean a big picture reason to exist. The kind of ultimate destination point that says, this is the kind of species we were.
Honestly, I'm not entirely sure I fully grasp what you said.
Well, of course, I'm a peerless genius created by a peerless genius, you know. Anyway, I'm more worried about the opposite situation. Humans from Fairy Britain might not be able to leave, but fairies could if they wanted to. Just like how Morrigan said she was going to expand her territory. There could be fairies here who want to come over to proper human history, and if one of them should be evil enough to be considered an evil of humanity...
That could be what leads to the collapse.
Right. Here, take another look at this mural. Remember what it was called? The Abyssal Worm. In general, legends like these have been passed down in Fairy Britain are prophecies made by the Mirror Clan. So there's a very good chance this mural is based on one of those fairy prophecies. One where the six clans gathered around to worship an enormous beast in a land with no gods. I didn't say anything when we first found this mural because there were so many other people around. But look at these markings underneath it. The fairies here probably don't know what it says because it's not written in fairy language. But these are probably hieroglyphics which predate even the Hebrew writing system. I'm guessing they were either written here about 14,000 years ago, during one of the proper human history's ancient civilizations era. Or someone used them deliberately and more recently to pass on a message that would only be understood in the future, and only by humans at that.
Can you read them?
Of course, they form a single word. Kernunos.
Cernunos? Or Kernunos? I'll just say Kernunos.
Kernunos. It's the name of an ancient Celtic god, and proof that gods did once exist in the land of the Fae.
Interesting. So I haven't seen Oberon ever since we had that little skirmish. Tamlin Lancelot, Lady Bargus, nay, Tamlin Gawain. As at this moment, both have returned from their mission in the Welsh woods. Tamlin, make your reports to Her Majesty.
Tell me all. I will have only the unabridged truth. Yes, High Queen, I cleansed the forest of Wales as you commanded. During the mission, I fought the Child of Prophecy, the Foreign Mage, and the traitorous Oberon. In doing so, I lost the name you gifted me, and I return to you now simply as Barghest. This is hilarious! How the mighty Sir Gawain has fallen! You know, running back here with your tail between your legs is kind of charming, at least for a dog duchess. So, this is the second time you've let the Child of Prophecy get away from you, you know. Nothing to say for yourself. Mother may be kind and understanding, but even she has her limits. We completed the mission you gave us, Your Majesty. The forest is cleansed. Bargus stopped fighting simply because she no longer needed to. Tamlin Gawain suffered no defeat, unlike you, Tristan. Was that a shot at me, Lancelot? You're so lousy at it. Honestly, I'm honestly not sure. And lose the freaking mask already. Why should I listen to you back talking me if you don't even have the guts to show your face? I was only stating a fact.
Whoa, Lady Lancelot just showed her face. She usually only does that during ceremonies. What an incredible stroke of luck. That long silvery hair, those golden eyes that shine like crystals. She truly is a one-of-a-kind dragon fairy.
Don't worry about me, Lancelot. This has nothing to do with you. I wasn't trying to help you. I just took it off because it was in the way. So what? You're on Team Loser too, Lancelot? I can't believe you didn't even try to defend yourself. Did something happen to Lancelot? She's usually so unflappable. Your Majesty, I cannot deny that I was defeated. I have betrayed your trust in me and besmirched the name of all Tamlin. I will accept whatever punishment you judge to be fitting. Indeed, it is unthinkable that a Tamlin should be defeated by the Child of Prophecy. You are therefore commanded to remain in your own lands and reflect on your failure. You have worked tirelessly to keep peace and order in Fairy Britain these past 2 centuries. Now is the time for you to rest.
So the Black Dog Duchess is being relegated to Manchester. She's no longer going to be on the front line. Now's our chance to find the most promising upcoming knight in our ranks and have them bestowed with a Tamlin's gifted name in her place.
Idiots! There's not another fairy in Britain who could possibly take Barghest's place. Still, are you sure it's a good idea to give her leave, Mother? Shouldn't she be out backing up Woodwose? May I say something, Your Majesty? I believe Barghest should atone for her sins on the battlefield. We've received reports that rebel forces in Londinium are continuing to grow in number. The Fang clan alone may not be enough to stop them. We should send Barghest out there and have her defeat the Child of Prophecy once and for all. You are, I assume, joking, yes? Do you truly believe mere humans capable of beating Woodwose? But Lord Woodwose is over 1,000 years old. Surely he can't still be in any shape to... Absurd. Ignorance truly would seem to be bliss. Huh? I have already sent reinforcements to Oxford. They should rendezvous with Woodwose's forces tomorrow. Together they will be more than enough to raise Londinium. Barghest will not be needed there. I see, and now I understand, Your Majesty. An excellent decision as always, haha. Barghest, where's Knight Portune? He has still yet to report to me. Did he somehow perish in battle? Huh? Portune hasn't returned. What could have happened to him after I last saw him? Knight Portune and I went our separate ways once the forest was cleansed. He did not tell me where he was going. I see. If you do not know where he is either, then he must have fallen to the foreign mage or encountered a group of Moors. Regardless, the cessation of his reports must mean he has died. Fairies have declined so deplorably, even those who survived the woman. Fairies have declined so deplorably, even those who survived the war against the Moors. Very well. Leave me now, officers. I can stomach your incompetence no longer.
Yes, High Queen. I'm so sorry we couldn't be more useful.
Your Majesty, wait. May I speak? So you are willing to risk your life to do so? You are still earnest to a fault, I see. Very well. I know what you have to say will be nonsense, but say it anyway. Thank you, High Queen. What I wish to say is, I cannot believe that the foreign mage truly means to destroy Britain. He worked with the Child of Prophecy to repel the calamity of Norwich. He accepted your invitation to Camelot, and he even went out of his way to protect the Welsh woods. Human or not, he is far more trustworthy than Knockna Riab, who only seeks to disturb Britain's peace.
Give me one sec, folks. Give me a sec.
Barghest, the great calamity will be upon us soon. Surely we can use all the help we can get. If the foreign mage is not actually our enemy, his knowledge could be a powerful asset. Please, let me try to negotiate with proper human history. The Child of Prophecy may be a traitor, but the foreign mage could be an ally to the No, I will hear no more of your nonsense, Barghest. Under no circumstances will I cooperate with proper human history, regardless of the perils we may face. As you fear, every fairy alive now will likely die in the Great Calamity. But so long as Britain remains intact and me with it, nothing else matters.
Our High Queen's resolve is incredible. Did she really say we were all going to die? But Camelot will still be safe, right?
Of course it will. Why would you want to rule Britain with no subjects? The High Queen is still a fairy at heart. Without us, there would be no point in protecting the land. You heard Mother, Bargus. Get it through that boulder atop your shoulders, would you? If I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times. Mother couldn't care less about fairies. The looks on those officers' faces was priceless. I can only imagine how much fun it'll be to see them panic once the show really begins. Is she serious? Then the High Queen truly has no intention of saving her subjects' lives?
Ooh, will we be getting a new ally soon? Gotcha. So that's the scoop with the High Queen's reinforcements. I have nothing more to say. I'll just keep an eye on things and play it by ear. My next entree is Yusei. I don't care about the battle between Woodwose and the Round Table Art. Whoa, you're kidding me. Pepperoncinos and Londinium too? Damn, that was close. I'd have blundered right into a minefield if you hadn't warned me. Thanks for telling me this. I owe you one. Don't worry, I'll keep my distance from Londinium. There'll be plenty of other chances in the future. Wait. Who's telling Beryl about this?
Honey, I'm home. Oh, that was so good. You should have seen Bargus shaking in her boots. And you'll never guess what awesomely horrible thing Mother... Hey, was someone just here?
Well, hello, Lady Spinal. I wasn't expecting you back so soon. Man, that infinity mirror of Morgan's is something else. Hell, it's practically magic. Proper human history sure never had such a quick and easy method of transportation. And even if there was one, even if there was one, only a witch who's way behind the times would be able to use it. That alone makes it worthy of respect. These fairies still have no idea what makes Morgan really scary. Deep down, they still dismiss her as an insolent upstart of a fairy who can't even make sacraments without using magecraft. If you ask me, it's the other way around. She's a scary, powerful fairy who supplements her already insane fairy powers with even crazier magecraft. She's got a teleportation spell that's practically a dimensional connector made by linking a base mirror with a bunch of sub-mirrors. She's got 12 lances that shine to the end of the world all around Camelot's main gate. She's got a huge tower-bounded field covering all of Britain. She's got the garden where she sealed Merlin. She did seal Merlin. And on top of all that, she can even perform race shifts without coffins. Not even Chaldea could ever pull that off. I never would have guessed she's been whisking calamities off to ancient times to contain their damage in the past. Seriously, she's got this completely covered. Having Tamlin around on top of all that is just overkill.
Right. I knew you'd understand, Beryl. Seriously, why does she keep 3 Tamlin around when she could easily just make do with just me? I keep telling her that I should be the only special one. I'm her one and only daughter, after all.
But she
hardly even talks to me.
Oh, don't worry about it. Morgan's just bashful, that's all. You've turned out to be exactly the sort of delicate princess she'd hoped to raise. You can tell she cares about you, right? Why do you think she let you hang on to one of the Infinity Mirror's sub-mirrors? So she can always call you back at a moment's notice, no matter where you are or what might be happening. If that isn't doting on you, I don't know what is. It's way more love than any parent shows their kid in proper human history.
Really? So Mother really does love me? I really am fit to be her daughter?
Of course, from where I stand, it's disgustingly obvious how much she cares. She just wants you to be free. Who cares about those dumb fairies? Who cares what those dumb fairies say about you? You should just cut loose and do whatever you feel like, princess.
Of course I will. There's nothing I love more than hearing fairies scream in pain. I only came to see Woodwose's battlefield to see a mountain of their corpses piled high.
Wait, sorry. Sorry, just kind of checking something right now. Give me a sec, folks. Alright, sorry about that, folks.
I only came here to see the Woodwose's battlefield, to see a mountain of their corpses piled high. I just wish my noble phantasm could target more than one fairy at a time. I do envy that about Barghest. Maybe I should ask Mother to give hers to me. Alright, Gawain can't use it anymore, huh? I guess I should be more concerned with the Child of Prophecy. It's hard to believe she actually beat Barghest. Is the Master of Chaldea really strong enough to defeat a Tamlin?
Good question. Now that he's made it this far, I guess I own him. Oh, not own. I guess I owe him a fair shake. I guess I owe him a fair shake. Whatever his skills are as a mage, he's got to be one of the best masters out there. Really, when you think about it, he's got an absolute shit ton of experience. You don't beat him. Sorry. You don't beat Kirshtaria Wodyne by accident. So the fact that he pulled that off has gotta mean he's a better master than me. And to be that good of a master, he must have some serious bonds with his servants. On the battlefield, masters and servants fight like they're like they're of one mind and body. It was the strength of those bonds that let him defeat Barghest.
One mind and one body, so they never deceive each other or betray one another. You're a master too, right, Beryl? Do you have a servant of your own?
Who knows? Maybe I still haven't formed a contract yet.
What, seriously? Come on, Red Beryl. I know you like slacking up, but this is ridiculous. Still, this must be fate. It's so totally fate. But hey, Beryl, do you think I could be your servant? Do you think I could find the partner of my dreams even though I'm just a fairy everyone hates?
Sure, I bet a fairy could become a servant. Maybe it'll even form a contract with you. Let me see. Maybe I'll even form a contract with you myself, if I feel like it, Princess. But right now, I want to talk to you about tomorrow's death match. Now that I've got nothing to do in Londinium, I've got some extra time on my hands. So I could use her help laying the groundwork for what comes next. Woo, stuff! Oh boy, 15's got a lot of them. Okay. I guess I'll be right back again. Alright. Sorry about that, folks. Well, hello, Vrumangelo. Yes, Umu indeed, welcome. Give me a sec. Why is my friend still messaging me? Stop, I'm in the middle of a stream! Alright, here we go. Alright. Okay, we got Altria set. Ooh, she's level 100 now. Let's see. Who else would be good? Who would be good? It's the Berserker. Definitely Art's alter egos. Look at that. Let's see. Guess we'll go with this.
Seeing all these soldiers eating together in the town square like this really drives home the idea that they're about to go into battle. And you're all here too. How come? I thought you weren't going to be fighting just yet. We're not. We just didn't think it'd be right to be the only ones relaxing in the war room. Want some of this bread with jam? Have a meow? It's really sweet. No thanks. Looks like you'd give me heartburn. Anyway, are we missing someone? Hey Muramasa, you look like you're about to nod off. But before that, can you tell me what happened to Oberon? Oberon? Now that you mention it, I haven't seen him for a while now. Thought that might be because I was holed up in that forge all last night working on something a little out of my wheelhouse. Ain't exactly the first time he's just flown off on his own. Not a whole lot of women in Londinium, you know. Knowing him, he's probably off in Salisbury putting the moves on Aurora or something. I wish I could say he'd never do that since he's not a low. I wish I could say he'd never do that since he's not a lowlife like you, but.
Close but no cigar, Muramasa. Coral's more my type.
Oh, hey there! Oh, hey, there you are, Oberon. How's it going?
Yeah, where was he?
Good morning, Oberon.
Good morning, Gareth. My, you and Habitrot are like bright rays of pure sunshine. I hope you don't grow up to be a couple of gossipy grown-ups like some others I could name. Alright, sorry about that. But don't try to play innocent either. It's okay when I play the field. Nobody would even know who I am if it weren't for a romantic comedy. My whole job is selling dreams to people who love stories. Wouldn't you agree, Yusaku? And what kinds of people are those, exactly? Huh? I didn't expect you to take this so seriously. Alright, let's see. People who love stories are people who love their livelihoods. Who know how valuable those livelihoods are. And yet can still dream of what it would be like to live a very different life. Only half a day to go until the fighting starts.
Yes, Percy's gang should just be making their way out of the river now. With any luck, all the soldiers we've placed around the ramparts to make it look like we're entirely committed to defense will be enough to keep Woodwose from realizing we've sent out too many soldiers for us to be able to actually defend Londinium if we were to attack now. Let's just hope this army-level staring contest keeps up until evening.
Woodwose is head of the Fang clan, which I'm told means he has to be very cautious. By now, I'm sure you must know that the Norvisian refugees who came here from Salisbury, as well as the volunteer soldiers that came directly from Norwich bolstering our ranks. So barring some exceptional circumstances or other, it seems pretty unlikely he'd try to make a move on Londinium with his current...
Emergency! The enemy's on the attack! Woodwose's main force is heading our way right now. What in the world could they be thinking? Uh-oh. They must know there's no way they could take down Londinium with only 2 companies. Guess we found those exceptional circumstances. We know we can't stay holed up any longer. We'll head out to the field to meet them. Our archers almost ran out of arrows yesterday. They won't even be able to maintain fire for an hour now. Aurelia, have your platoon charge straight into them. Landon, have your platoon ride out from the east gate, and hurry. Count, do you think you can command the volunteer soldiers from Norwich?
Leave it to me, hun. I'll send them out from the west gate and have them flank Woodwose's forces. I don't think they'll be very effective, but they should take some pressure off the other 2 platoons. So long as Aurelia and Landon's troops can buy us some time.
That'll give Percival's squad a chance to sneak up behind Woodwose.
That's right. If Woodwose is attacking because he's getting antsy for a victory, then we'll just have to keep him from scratching that itch. If they make it through the main gate, we'll lose. If we can keep him out of the castle, we'll win. Altria, Yusaku, I'd like you to back up Aurelia's... No, on second thought, I'd like you to defend Londinium as our primary fighters. Got it.
何でもありません。頑張りましょう。行きます。私のイルカは勇敢ですよ。頑張ってね。内緒です。ええ、負けないぞ。さあ行きますよ。聖女より大いなる海の恵みをお届けです。ホップステップグレイトオーシャン、レオセアンダレグレス。
Okay, that takes care of them.
今のうちに準備。白兵戦行きます。みんな
つまらん
集まってショータイム。青い空、エメラルドの海、そしてたくさんのお友達、みんな受け取って。レオセアンダレグレス。
Alright. So who's next?
内緒ですよ。内緒です。一息入れましょう。やります。さあ行きますよ。聖女より大いなる海の恵みをお届けです。ホップステップグレイトオーシャン、レオセアンダレグレス。それ、ここでまっすぐ。
Finally summoned them.
内緒で行きましょう。やります。さあ行きますよ。聖女より大いなる海の恵みをお届けです。ホップステップグレイトオーシャン、レオセアンダレグレス。せーの、えい。行きましょう。眩しいですよ。負けないぞ。せーの、飛んでけ。ここで
Wow, they gave him some defense buffs.
頑張ってね。内緒ですよ。とっておき。ええ、一息入れましょう。ショータイム。青い空、エメラルドの海、そしてたくさんのお友達、みんな受け取って。レオセアンダ
This is what we call getting wrecked.
勝利勝利大勝利。これもイルカさんのおかげですね。多分。
Let's go. Our forces are in position in front of Londinium, sir. The Round Table Army is sending out platoons of 200 soldiers each from the north, east, and west gates. I wonder, who's feeding Barrel information, though? That's what I want to know. And appears to be gearing up to attack us from 3 directions. Understood. You seem to have a good head on your shoulders, at least for a human. Tell me then, human, what do you make of the situation? They seem like they're about to fight a quick skirmish and run back into the castle again, like they have been. No, sir. I can't explain it very well, but they seem much more serious this time. I don't think they plan to retreat at all. It feels like they're hell-bent on holding you back here no matter what, sir. Ha! Exactly. They're clearly just stalling for time. Percival's nowhere to be seen, right? I know all about his pathetic plan to get the drop on me with a separate squad. I did the same in his position, but he's a day too late at the least. I can just imagine the look on his face at seeing the empty remains of our old camp, where he thought our forces were still stationed. And that's not all. Even if he attempts to hurry back here, he'll run straight to the Queen's reinforcements. And even if he manages to temporarily give them the slip, he'll only end up sandwiched between them and my own forces. He has no chance of making it back to Londinium. And with him gone, the Round Table Army is no more than a glass bauble waiting to be smashed. Now, rally our soldiers! Forget about the riffraff from the west gate! Apart from the main gate, the ramparts should be thinly guarded now. Have our nimblest scouts sneak in wherever they can. Tell the soldiers to show Londinium's inhabitants no mercy. Man, woman, child, makes no difference. Anyone who would spurn Her Majesty's protection after she has kept Britain safe for 2,000 years is no more than a common criminal. Kill them all! Don't let a single one of Londinium's residents escape with their lives. Ew.
The battlefield is too big for my enchantments to reach everyone. Those troops over there may as well be sitting ducks. Crap! London's platoon is fighting off a second wave, and they've got C's troops mixed in with them. Ultra can take care of them without leaving our current position. Muramasa, Yusaku!
On it. Okay, I'll be right back as soon as I've cut that thing down to size. You come too, Habitrot. We need all the help we can get right now.
This really isn't my thing, but alright. I guess I can kick some ass and still keep Yusaku safe.
Hey. Oh god, I'm itchy. If we fight any knight classes, though, Muramasa won't be of use. At least this alter ego one. But you here... Let's see. One I want to try out. Let's see what her skills are again. I have not used her since. Increase NP gauge, okay. Let's have my own Muramas in here, just in case something goes wrong. Alright, let's do it. Oh, damn. I didn't mean to do that right now. Hey, that looks like one of the ones we fought in the Indian Lostbelt. Well, this skill will turn her into a Buster AoE, so... Damn, you MP1's strong. Wait, what? Wait, why are there goblins here? Other than the ones piloting the machine. You know what? Let's test out her AoE. Ooh, that is cool. Alright, let her rip.
いいでしょう。早く一息入れましょう。この名はアルビア。教会を開く最後の竜。フロアからプロモへ。時を示せ。行けい太鼓。これが勝利。悪くない。空っぽの胸が弾むようだ。
Interesting. That thing really didn't look like it belonged here. Did Koyanskaya sell it to him? I swear, if there isn't... Is there anyone that damn fox won't sell to? Never mind that now, Muramasa. We got 3 more headed this way. Damn it. We'll never be able to defend the East Gate against all of them. They just keep coming. Some of the Fang clan soldiers have already made their way past the gates and into the castle. Uh-oh. They're just killing them all. Too easy. You humans are nothing without your poisoned weapons. Saboteurs. Find a way to remove the rampart's magical energy barriers. There must be a control board somewhere around here. Tear any human who tries to interfere limb from limb. They don't have much longer to live anyway. Aha, perfect. There's a human who should be willing to talk. You there, boy. Where is your commander? Tell us what you know and we'll make your death quick and painless. Oh man, they're really headed this way. What do I do? What do I do? I have to find a way to get rid of them before they find Nan and Yuri and the others. Never mind. You're shaking so much you can't even get a word out. This is a waste of time. I'm amazed a defective one like you survived this long outside of the ranch. So all your scurrying about finally led you to this rat hole of a city. How revolting. Even in the last moments of your miserable life, you just can't help but make trouble for us. You just cut him down? Oh, Gareth! Hey, she got the armor. Get out of here, you horse-faced bastard! Sink into the pit and don't you dare come crawling out of it ever again! Miss Gareth, whoa, that was amazing! Really? So does this armor and shield you all gave me look really good on me then? You bet it does. You were already amazing regardless. That was one of the Queen's own knights and you just sent them flying like it was nothing. Right? Now hurry up and hide with the others. I'll take care of any soldiers that make their way in here. Okay, we're counting on you, Sir Knight. Thanks so much for saving me. That's right. This is war. Death is an unavoidable part of war. But the ones doing the dying should be the soldiers, not unarmed children. If there aren't any true knights left in Britain, I'll just have to fulfill the role myself. Now come on, you cowards. You're not laying a finger on Londinium's people as long as I'm around. Hey, Gareth. Woo! Well, they're all sabers this time. I guess I should bring some archers. I should bring... Yep, I haven't used Ishtar in a while. Let's use her. And who else? Let me see. Boop, boop, boop. Let's see. Okay, usual. Just bring mash. Hoo hoo hoo.
一気火星に滅ぼしてくれよ。やるぞ、マスター。
高くついたわね。
疲れたのなら休む。俺は過労死などせん。
王冠よ、力を。
なあ待て、盤面を見てやる。
いいわ、金星まで連れて行ってあげる。はいはい。
くだらん。
Let's go!
飛ぶわよ、マータ。ゲートオープン。光栄に思いなさい。
Uh-oh. No! Ishtar killed my... It killed my... Ishtar crashed my game. Give me a sec. Just in case, if they replay the opening again. We don't want any instances of copyright stuff again. Yep, I was right. They replayed the opening again. Yes. I'm well prepared in case they try to pull one over me. the game. I wish you could skip the opening though sometimes. I mean, I like the opening song that's sung by Maya Sakamoto, but when stuff like this happens on like my BlueStacks though, and then they just keep replaying the opening again though, it kind of makes it hard to stream, you know. Well, not really hard to stream though, but just you gotta expect it now. That until I can find a better way to stream my phone games. But right now, it looks like BlueStacks is the only thing that can actually use at the moment. Anyway, can't wait for the FGO panel at Anime Expo as well. That'd be good to see if I get some announcements. And I heard that we're gonna get more info on Fate Samurai Remnant at the FGO panel as well. It'll also be cool to see. Oh, and there's also gonna be a demo. They're gonna be demoing Fate Samurai Remnant at AX2. Whew, there's gonna be so much to do, man. I'm actually pretty excited. All right. Come on, come on. This the other day, it was Gilgamesh, now it's Ishtar. Alright. Don't crash it this time, Ishtar.
ゲートオープン。よしよし、今回もよろしくね。大いなる天から大いなる地に向けて、またの名をジベルハブリンブレイカー。セット。あのシーンをさせるらしい。
ではこうしよう。ではこうしよ
私の
う。
いいじゃない。
水郷よな。
ゲートオープン。よしよし、今回もよろしくね。大いなる天から大いなる地に向けて、またの名をジベルハブリンブレイカー。
Awesome, awesome. And it's time to put them to death.
宝物庫の鍵を開けてやろう。
狙いは決まった？
Gilgamesh, I'm counting you not to make my stream crash again.
原子は混ざり、重なり、万象を織りなす星に死して敗せよ。最上に近い勝利。戦う前に勝つくらいでなければ。
It's no use. We can't hold them back.
The Round Temple Army soldiers are doing their best, but there's nothing more we can do. We're overmatched and outnumbered. We have to retreat to Londinium. We can't. If we fall back now, the castle's as good as theirs. Once Percival gets back, you'd have to lead the... Once Percival gets back, he'd have to lead the Round Table Army in a siege against their own castle. Besides, Woodwose isn't taking any prisoners. If he makes it inside, there won't be anyone left to protect. Yeah, you're right. Then we'll just have to fight to the last. Oh man, I can't believe it. How many times am I gonna have to go through this sort of thing?
Calm down, Altria.
You calm down, Yusaku. How am I supposed to stay calm under these conditions? I mean, how much fighting have you done? And if this doesn't fate... I mean, how much fighting have you done?
Wait. Damn, how do I say this?
I mean, how much fighting have you done if this doesn't faze you? That's not normal, you know. Just look at Woodwose smirking over there, standing in the middle of his troops in a stupid suit. He's pissing me off. He'd better hope I don't throw a bomb at him. I could totally reach him from here, you know.
Wait, you could hit Woodwose from here?
That's right, I can. Woodwose is so confident he's come to the front line himself. Wait, then does this mean those troops? Does it mean those troops heading toward the enemies by the main gate aren't actually Woodwose's main forces? That's right, it's Percival. Percival's company made it.
Wait, I want to see Ultra throw a bomb at him. Oh, it's already 9 o'clock. Sweet. Do. Okay. Let me bring Emiya. That's it. Don't leave a single one of them alive. This so-called army is nothing without Percival. They're no more than rabble. The child of prophecy must be hiding in the castle, trembling about now. At last I can finally make up for my mistake in Tintagel and put that accursed village behind me. Hey, you there. Has there been any word from the soldiers who snuck into the castle ahead of us yet? Not yet, sir. We believe they're still busy looking for the Child of Prophecy. Lord Woodwose, may I ask you something? You described the Child of Prophecy as an evil-looking fairy girl of 16, right? Is there anything else you can tell us about her? No, I don't know what she looks like. I wasn't allowed to attend her audience with the Queen, after all. I see. Well, what about in Tintagel? Did you see her there? No, I didn't. I never even got a look at her as she fled. Well, no matter. I'll find out once the castle is ours. Now don't let up until the Round Table army is completely... Wait, what are those footsteps? They sound like they're coming from behind us. The Queen's reinforcements? No, they can't be. This frivolous, insignificant thumping of boots can only be... Lord Woodwose! Lord Woodwose! Percival's forces are attacking us from behind our lines. No, they're practically on top of us. We don't have time to regroup. I don't understand. You said we wouldn't have to worry about an attack from the rear. What? Are you telling me they already defeated the Queen's reinforcements? No, that can't be. That's just not possible. All I can tell you, sir, is that they're definitely here and they're completely unharmed. But our soldiers are exhausted from throwing themselves at the ramparts. We're outmatched now. If we don't do something soon, they'll have us surrounded. What are your orders, Lord Woodwose? We need you to lead us in battle. Surrounded. They have us surrounded, and now you want me to wade into the fray myself? Aurelia, Landon, have your troops move around the enemy's right flank over by Londinium. Squad 2, make your way over to Londinium as well. Keep attacking the right flank on your way. Squad 1 will attack the enemy's main force and take out their commander together before they can rebuild their formation. The Child of Prophecy will definitely take advantage of this opportunity. Now, with me, let's end this fight with Woodwose's army once and for all. Yeah, we're with you, Commander Percival. It's Percival. He made it. Looks like we don't gotta worry about the ramparts anymore. Now we can focus on Woodwose's army. You hear what he said, Altria?
I heard. He wants us to come out and fight with him. Are you all good to go? You know it. The Fang clan's a formidable bunch. We can't pass up this chance to rein them in. Come on, Yusaku. We're going in for the kill.
Hey, come on.
大丈夫。落ち着いて。普段通りに。今のうちに準備は。内緒ですよ。こちらですね。みんな一息。ええ。さあ、行きますよ。聖女より大いな海の恵みをお届けです。ホップステップグレイトオーシャンでお手合
And just bring a whale to the battlefield. So how did Percival take care of the Queen's reinforcements?
とでは一息入れましょう。
You done, son?
ショータイム。青い空、エメラルドの海、そしてたくさんのお友達、みんな受け取って。レオセア・ダレグレス。戦いですから。やりました。妹たち見てますか？ V。
Do. We're fighting the caster. Well, let's do it.
It's over, Woodwose. We've got you completely surrounded.
This can't be happening. How did you get here so fast, Percival? How did you shake the High Queen's reinforcements? Did you have help from the King clan? Reinforcements? I'm afraid I don't know what you're talking about. You figured out our plan to attack from behind your lines and try to capture Londinium before we could act. You nearly succeeded, but luckily the others managed to hold out long enough for us to make it. That's all there is to it. Now please surrender, Lord Woodwose. If you surrender, I promise you will be treated well as our prisoner of war. We have no wish to spill blood unnecessarily. Our only enemy is the Queen. Impossible! You say you never even saw the High Queen's reinforcements? I mean, that would explain how you got here so fast, but no, it can't be. That can't be right. It can't be. That would mean the High Queen has forsaken me. And she would never ever do that! That doesn't. To hell with propriety! How dare you mock the High Queen's trust in me! Okay, I'm not gonna do that. Rawr, 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 rawr. There we go. Oh shit, he went full beast mode. Very well, humans. You want to fight me? So be it. I, Woodwose, head of the Fang clan, shall kill you all with my own hands. Okay, let's see. Boop, boop, boop. bring Ozymandias. Let's bring Maeve again. Bring one more rider.
気分がいいの。特別にしっかりじっくりなぶってあげる。楽しい。
地上にあってパラオに不可能なし、万物万象我が手中にあり。
可愛い上に綺麗ですね。
褒美をやろう。
乗ってあげるわ。
Almost got 3 bars.
全能の神よ、我が業を見よ。我が無限の闘気、太陽をここに降臨せり。ラブテウム天気リス。ダジャクダジャク。
レイブキッ
Holy fuck, that was... Those are the crits.
ファラオの真意を見るがいい。地上にあってファラオに不可能なし、万物万象我が手中にあり。ではどうしよう。ではどうしよう。
Just gonna need it.
そろそろ乗ってあげるわ。
What, now you have a brave chain, Ozzy? God damn it.
あらゆる力が私の力。人を滑る大きさ、人を虐げると、人を震わす恐怖。チャリオットマイラブ。ああ、いいね。
ダジャクダジャク。
Wait, what? Oh, that's not good. Wait, how the fuck are we supposed to win this one if he just keeps repairing itself? Wait, what was the other thing you gave? Gains resistance to NP attacks. Okay, that's not good.
食べたアイスの写真を覚えてはいない。徹底的に了解。
ダジャクダジャク。
そこだ。
Why are you doing so much? Even though he's weaker against riders.
乗ってあげる。へえ、そう。 敵でしょ。死んじゃったよ。ごめんなさい。
Great. And they give us all the Aussie cards that are stunned.
了解した。行儀の悪い。
オジマンディアスタルよ。
Oh. This is only endurance battle, I guess? Oh, she's got bloodied. Just as I expected. Dust piled to the peak of a mountain will still never be more than dust. Wars are fought between fairies and true power. Fairies with true power. Soldiers only exist in Her Majesty's Fairy Britain to give otherwise useless fairies something to do. You pissants could never hope to kill someone like me, no matter how many of you there are. Now then, staying in this form uses a lot of energy, and it's left me a bit peckish. Forgive me if my table manners are lacking. I have to do something. I'm definitely going to get another earful about this later. Inhale, exhale. Oh, he really does have the power of a king. He embodies the beauty of the wild itself. Truth be told, we humans should never have challenged him in the first place. But I've come too far to let it end here. Hear me, sacred spear, and pass judgment on mine actions. Oh boy. Inhale, exhale. Oh! Ha! Hear me, sacred spear, and pass judgment on mine actions. What? What's going on here? Did that do anything? Of course I know of that spear's power. Aurora told me all about it. Personally, I wish you had used it during the Robin Redbreast tournament, so I could have seen Lancelot begging for mercy. Speaking of that tournament, did you know I gave it its name, you pathetic worm? I named it after a toy bird who dreamed of defeating a dragon. Seems unlikely to happen now. Dude, did he just fucking mutilate Percival? Wait, what the fuck's going on. Oh wait, an illusion. What is it, Gareth? Did an arrow hit you? Let me see. It's not that. I don't see a single arrow on her back or head. That said, something's obviously not right. Hang in there, Gareth. Stay calm. Deep breaths. Nay.
Retra? Oberon? You're both alive. Thank goodness. No, what am I saying? That was obviously another vision. Come on, Gareth, think. What can you do to stop everyone from getting killed?
Gareth? What are you talking about?
I've got it! Retra, I need your help, please! You've been jealous of Percival for the way he fights on his very steed, right? Well, now's your chance to be the Kundry to my Percival.
What? I'm definitely gonna get into the earful about this later. Oh, that was a vision. Inhale, exhale. Oh. He really does have the power of a king. He embodies the beauty of the wild itself. Truth be told, we humans should never have challenged him in the first place. But I have to defeat him, or I'll never be able to save her. Forgive me, head of the Fang clan. Hear me, Sacred Spear, and pass judgment on my...
Stop! I know you're about to do something cool, but hang on just a second.
Gareth? No, it's me, nay!
And me.
Red Drabbit? Why would one of the servants I gave to Aurora dare to defy me? Unless... No, it couldn't be. Aurora, don't tell me you of all fairies have chosen to side with the Child of Prophecy.
Yeah?
You fool, not even iron weapons can hope to defeat me. I'm simply far too strong for the likes of... Ow! That actually hurt? Oh, he's bleeding.
Now, Percival!
Got it. Thank you, Gareth. Hear me, Sacred Spear. In light of my friend's bravery, please forgive mine actions. Oh shit, pierced him this time. Wait, what did Gareth do? What is this? Chills? Dizziness? How insolent! Using the Spear of Selection. You would pass judgment on my clan with your filthy voice of paradise? Did that just weaken Woodwose? Right. We can't waste this opportunity Gareth gave us. Come on, everyone! Maybe I should use Percival in this one. What's Percival's NP? Okay, I think he's in arts. I haven't really done much on my Percival, but... Okay. Sakamoto. And, let's see. Let's bring Ozzy back. You know, I never used him. Nemo. But I'm gonna bring Maeve back. And then Mash. Oh man, it's a long section. Oh, now he's not doing so much damage. Alright. I'll be right back, folks. Sorry about that, folks. Hmm.
宝具を抜
まとめ任せろ。
これがわしの宝具。行くぜよ、お嬢さん。
ああ、
玉かける龍が如く。これでしまいじゃ。
Hey, nice.
今だぞ。
はいはい、分かってますよ。
行くぞ。
終わりだ。
Oh no, Percival. Hey, asshole, remember? Remember this guy?
白兵戦行きます。
地上にあってファラオに不可能なし。ファラオの真意を見るがいい。お嬢さん、そういっ
まとめてぶっ飛ばす。
これがわしの宝具。行くぜよ、お嬢さん。
ああ、
玉かける龍が如く。これでしまいじゃ。
はあ、行け。
はいよ、
行くぞ。
終わりだ。
Oh, sweet.
地上にあってファラオに不可能なし。万物万象我が手中にあり。褒美をやろう。
Go, Ozzy.
全能の神よ、我が業を見よ。我が無限の好機。太陽はここに降臨せり。ラムセウム天気ース。もろい。ダジャクダジャク。ファラオに歯向かう愚か者めが。
Guts.
やってやるぞ。
もろい。
もう一発。お嬢さんも真の力が目覚め。へいへい、ビビってんのかよーい。
いやいや、
お嬢さんも真の力が目覚める。
そいつはありがたい。
Hmm.
お嬢さん、
やってやるぞ。
よかろう。
Well, he was 2 tick marks.
まさかここに縫われし国津のオロチ。我なすことは我のみぞし。天かける龍が如く。せっ、
もう一発。
ダジャクダジャク。
Oh, Altria. He's doing so much damage.
カッティングスプレー。シューッと。えいえい、ああ。楽しい。可愛い上に綺麗でしょ。
I know I can take him down in one shot, but
褒美をやろう。
I want to make a grand spectacle of it.
全能の神よ、我が業を見よ。我が無限の好機、太陽をここに降臨せい。ナムセウムテンティリス。
Woo! Alright.
つまらん。この程度世が出る必要もなかった。
Gah! Impossible! Impossible! I am a Grand Duke, the head of a clan. I can't be defeated by humans! This will never stand. Never! He's getting away! He's headed for the River of Tears! Damn it! If we lose him now, we'll never get another chance! Somebody go after him!
It's no use. I can't even catch my breath.
Ah! My demonic blood. The bleeding won't stop. I can't last much longer. Stay away. Stay away from me, you lousy good-for-nothing. Where would you be if it weren't for me? Did you forget how I chose you? You were just another piece of human trash before I found you. I saw your talent for fighting. I recommended you.
I know that. I know I wouldn't be here now if not for you. I'm grateful to you for that. You saved my life, yes, but I still have to take yours. Forgive me, Duke of Oxford.
Stop it. You can't kill me. You can't kill Britain. Without the Fang clan, who will be left to protect it? Stop. Stop!
Well, this guy needs to be put down. Farewell, Father. I'll pay for this sin in paradise one day. I promise. Oh, man. Well, that's something. Alright, no battles here. Woodwose's army is on the run. The battle is over. All non-combatants can come out from hiding. All medics assemble at the main gate. And any enemy soldiers who surrendered peacefully will be taken to the site of our future western residential district. Those who wish for a visit, please speak to the Kenwood Brigade. I repeat, Woodwose's army is on the run. Victory is ours. It wasn't easy, but we made it.
Yes, somehow. Thank goodness everyone is okay. No, wait! Everyone's not okay! Percival still hasn't moved since he collapsed! We have to treat him right away! Gareth! Gareth! Could you bring Red Ratbit over here now? We have to hurry to Percival!
Woodwose died in battle. Around 20% of the Fang clan attackers have surrendered and are now POWs of the Round Table Army. The rest fled towards Oxford. Without Woodwose to lead them, I doubt the Fang clan will continue to function as an army. We've made it past our second big obstacle, though not without sacrifice. I'd say it takes care of the most of the obstacles here in the south. What do you think, Count?
I'd say so. I think we have enough of a foundation here to make a move on Camelot, if we have to. All trios rung 2 bells, and with her companions, she defeated Woodwose. And most importantly, it's wonderful how she didn't mistreat the Fang clan after winning. She didn't pursue the fairies who fled, and she's treating those who surrendered with care and respect. She truly embodies the Round Table Army's vision. A world where humans and fairies can coexist in peace, free from the Queen's oppressive regime. I'd say this puts the Child of Prophecy on, at minimum, equal moral footing with the Queen.
That's right. We have no desire to kill all fairies. We had no choice but to fight Woodwose, since he aligned himself with the Queen, but the Fang clan is still essential for keeping the Britons safe. I can't imagine Norwich is the last we'll see of the Great Calamity, and no matter how strong they may be, the Tamlin are still just individuals. If there's going to be a large outbreak of Moors, then we'll need the Fang clan to combat them. So once the Round Table Army regroups and officially occupies Oxford...
Indeed, the question is, who will lead the Fang clan? Percival would be the best choice if he hadn't been the one to kill Woodwose. The Fang clan won't follow him now. Lord Bogart, who was banished to Sheffield, would have been a good choice too if he were still alive.
Well, don't you worry. I'll find someone who can fill the position. After all Altria's now the Child of Prophecy who will defeat the Queen in both name and deed. So we're only going to get more supporters and not just from Norwich and Salisbury. All we have to do is find a natural leader who's familiar with the Fang clan from among them. No, the real question is what comes next. We may no longer have to worry about being backstabbed, but
we do need to decide whether to march on Camelot or go ring the other bells. You do have to weigh your options very carefully when you're only working with half an army.
A medical tent. I can hear the rain. It's 2013, and I still live in the Salisbury Cathedral rearing house. It's my birthday. It's a happy day. Today I was chosen from among many other candidates to wield the Spear of Selection. It's the day the Mirror Clan, who predicted the advent of the Child of Prophecy, disappeared from Britain. And... oh, it's her. This is a good thumbnail. It's the day the person I love most despaired over the thing she loves most. Sorry to keep you waiting, Lady Altria. Don't worry, I have good news. Commander Percival has regained consciousness. He's recovered at an incredible rate. In fact, he says he's as good as new. He really has reached the limits of human ability. Anyway, when I told him you'd like to see him, he asked me to let you in right away.
Oh, thank goodness. He really had me worried for a while.
That's great. Let's go celebrate our victory.
Yeah, he deserves all the credit in the world for securing the Round Table Army's victory.
Huh? His hair. Thank you for coming all this way, Altria, Yusaku. His hair turned black. The soldiers already told me what happened after I collapsed. I'm so relieved the battle ended almost right afterward, and with no more loss of life. The Round Table Army did a great job living up to our ideals. We may even still be able to make peace with the Fang clan. Is something wrong? Why do you both look so shocked? Oh gosh, you're not worried I'm a ghost or a nightcall or something, are you? Come on, you know we humans don't stick around like that once we die. I'm perfectly fine, as you can see. Really, when you get right down to it, my sturdiness is all I have going for me. It's not that.
You don't look perfectly fine at all. What happened to your hair?
Huh? What about my hair? Yeah, probably hasn't seen it. Alright, and then after number 15. This is Salisbury, right?
All those cheers I'm hearing throughout the city must mean the Round Table Army won. Now that all of Salisbury is firmly on the Child of Prophecy's side, I can openly welcome Altria any time. I do feel a little bad about Woodwose, though. I know I accepted Oberon's request to keep him occupied while the Round Table Army advanced on Norwich, but I can't help but wonder if maybe I went too far. Still, you were just so cute being all shy that I couldn't help myself.
It's not your fault, Aurora. Woodwose lost because he wasn't strong enough, that's all. Wait, question mark. He took Morgan's faith in him at face value to a fault. He was also overconfident in his power as an array. And he should have taken the humans more seriously.
Now, my darling, even if it is just the two of us here, you still mustn't speak ill of the Queen. The Wind Clan's ears aren't just for show. You never know who might be listening.
You're right. I'm sure Coral will give me an earful if she heard me. Where is she now, anyway? Isn't she your right hand?
Coral went out to greet the envoy from Gloucester. It seems Marion has a special message for me. I can't wait to hear it. Marion's always been on top of the hottest trends, after all. She must be planning a very special event to commemorate the Child of Prophecy's victory.
What about you, Aurora? Are you going to accept Marion's invitation?
Well, of course. Marion is one of my dearest friends. I'll always be there for her. You'll come with me too, won't you? I couldn't possibly go without my knight.
Good point. I can't let you fend for yourself in Gloucester.
Oh, goody! Then we'll have to find a lovely new outfit for you. Your usual armor would positively terrify the other fairies.
Wait, who is this?
What about this dress? Or maybe this one? Ah, I can't wait to see how adorable you'll be. Goodness me, you really haven't changed a bit since we first met. You're my precious treasure, the most darling princess in all of Britain. I love you so much.
What?
Thank you, Aurora, but you're wrong. You're the most beautiful thing in the world.
Okay, seriously, who is this knight?
Remember, I am your knight. I exist only to serve you, not Morgan. You're right. That's true, isn't it? I'm so delighted to hear you say that. But you really shouldn't say such things. You're misunderstood enough as it is. Britain is about to enter an age centered on the Child of Prophecy. You can't say I'm the most anything. Please, dear one, don't back the wrong horse here, especially not when Morgan's reign is near its end. None of that matters to me. You're my only star, Aurora. I don't know anything about fairy trends or authority, and I don't need to. As long as you're all right, that's all I... Oh, you really are still a child, aren't you? But then again, that might make you the purest judge of the child... that might make you the purest judge of the Child of Prophecy's character. Please, I'd love to know your thoughts.
At least show her like some kind of silhouette.
Do you think the Child of Prophecy will truly shine brighter than anyone else in Britain, like the prophecy says?
Who is this person? Wait. Lady Knocknariab, you've received an invitation to a ball from Marion of Gloucester. What would you like to do?
Huh? She wants me to throw a ball now, of all times? Ah, I see. She just wants to toy with the Child of Prophecy. She's still just as nasty as ever, I see. Tell her the King Clan will not be attending. Besides, do you really think I'd be caught dead in a city full of humans?
Understood, m'lady. Milady, we have a report from the soldiers who have been monitoring the south. The Round Table Army and the Child of Prophecy have defeated Woodwose and his army. The Round Table Army lost a fifth of their forces, but they've also been getting more than enough recruits to make up for that. We expect them to finish training the new troops and go on the advance in about a week.
I see. So Woodwose is all bark and no bite, after all. Alright, if nothing else, that means one of Camelot's walls has fallen. Tell the other officers we'll be crossing the southern border as soon as the giant gorge finishes training.
Woohoo! Pardon me, milady. But I just can't contain my excitement. At long last, we're about to march on Camelot.
We're just getting things ready. This plan has been in the works for 1,000 years, since the last of the King Clan put it in place. Make sure neither you nor the other officers get ahead of yourselves. Though, of course, if you're eager for a punishment that's simply out of this world, I won't stop you. Just make sure you're ready to be turned into chocolate and skewered on my stiletto heels for at least 1,000 years first.
Understood, my lady. Not a single one of the northern fairies will make a move until you say so. I bet some of them would like to be stepped on for 1,000 years.
So, those kids really beat Woodwose, huh? Morgan's most powerful guard, the Array who defeated the King of Moors, and who was way more trouble than the Temlin. Nice job. I'm actually impressed. That's the kind of competition I'm looking for, Altria. If you're going to compete with me for the throne, you'd have to be able to put up and make a good fight of it. I'm back, Lady Marian. Did anything happen while I was gone? Oh yes, preparations for the ball are coming along nicely. In fact, I just sent out the invitations. What about you? Were you able to handle the job even on such short notice? But of course, I haven't let my true colors show like that since Olympus. Between the bone crunching, the screams of terror, and the abject despair, I enjoyed myself immensely. Of course, it also seems Lord Woodwose is no longer with us as a result, but that's hardly my concern. I'm sure the Child of Prophecy and the Chaldeans came through just like they always do. Much as I loathe this expression, it certainly does seem that a concerned rat will bite the cat. At any rate, are you sure you're okay with this? That's another clan leader gone for good. True. It's too bad about Woodwose. I never thought he'd die in battle against humans, of all things. But the Fang clan is still alive and well. If the stragglers are hiding in Oxford, they won't be so quick to join the Round Table Army. They need time to regroup, so I'm going to give it to them. Britain's guardians, the Fang clan, the one deterrent that will free us from relying on the Queen, is mine. I'm not going to let the Child of Prophecy have them, much less an outsider from who knows where. Then, would you mind if I took a leave of absence for the time being? I'd be very curious to follow up on the lead that Lord Oberon gave me about the dragon remains, you see. I do mind, but I also understand. I would have liked to talk with you more, but that's really not why you came to Britain, isn't? So, as your friend, I won't try to stop you. Good luck on your search. Still, do try to come back as soon as you can, okay? I can't wait to hear all the horribly good news. But of course, I always make a point never to waste my time.
What is she after? Wait, he's still alive? You can't kill me. You can't kill me. Who the hell do you think I am? I am the son of Grand Duke Waste Heat Rhyneck. I am the warrior who defeated the King of Moors in the war. I am the pride of the clan that has protected Britain alongside High Queen Morgan longer than anyone. There's no way I could be defeated in a trifling battle like that. My wound refuses to close. That insolent Percival. No, it wasn't just him. That fairy girl was responsible for this. How did her lance manage to pierce me? The only possible explanation is... No, it's not just that. Red Rabbit, Aurora's escort. If he's allied with a round table army, then...
You deserve better, Woodwose. As the High Queen's personal guard, you've seen it for yourself, right? High Queen Morgan has changed over the last 2 millennia. First, she brought in the Tamlin. Then she adopted a fairy girl from who knows what clan, and now she's chosen an outsider and a human as her husband. Personally, I've always thought you would be a perfect partner for her. Now I feel like such a fool for stepping back to let your relationship with her flourish.
Aurora, do you really mean that? I always thought you despised me.
Oh, silly. Why would I ever despise you? You're a hero. You saved Britain from disaster countless times. Of everyone in the 6 clans, you're the closest to the primordial fairies. There's not a fairy out there who doesn't admire you, but you swore loyalty to the High Queen. It wouldn't be right for a fairy like myself to come between you and Her Majesty. Still, I never stopped thinking of you as the one who has truly kept Britain safe all these years. I don't know what Einzel was thinking with that prophecy. It can't possibly be true. The true King of Britain is neither High Queen Morgan nor the Child of Prophecy. It's you, Woodwose. You're the one who truly deserves to be our king.
No, that can't be. Aurora of all fairies would never betray me. Red Rabbit must have gone over to the enemy's side on his own. Yes, he always was an odd one. That's it. I can go to Salisbury. I'm sure Aurora will put me up there. Now that I've been defeated, I'm sure Oxford will soon be occupied. But once I've recovered from my wounds, I'll go right back there and give the Round Table Army the thrashing they deserve. I am Woodwose, the head of the Fang clan and the strongest warrior in all of Britain. We don't need a Tamlin. If I kill them all myself, High Queen Morgan will see that I'm the one to... Uh-oh, it's Beryl. Oh, please. That's never going to happen, Woodwose. What kind of chick do you think's gonna take you in after you had your ass handed to you this miserably? Beryl Gut, what are you doing here? Have you come to laugh at me? What, you think I have time for that? I swear you've got muscles for days, but nothing between your ears. That right there is why Morgan lost all faith in you. When are you gonna get it through your thick skull that you're yesterday's news? What are you saying, you bastard? No, never mind. Shut up, just shut up. You're wrong. Her Majesty would never... Ugh, you still don't get it. Here, let me spell it out for you why Percival was able to sneak up on your forces. The High Queen never sent any reinforcements. An overgrown mutt who can't do what he's told and goes sniffing around other women is an obstacle, not an asset. You were cut loose, just like the Round Table Army. Stop it! Stop it! Her Majesty would never... I can't scream that one right now when people are sleeping. Now, Tristan, do it.
You got it!
Alright, way to go, Lady Spinal. That was perfect. I knew you had the makings of a witch in you. You pulled off my granny's old curse like it was nothing.
Really? I'm glad to hear that, but also kind of not. What if I just did? It felt super gross. I don't think I want to do that again.
Don't worry, you can't. It was a secret art, and you can only cast it once in a lifetime. Because casting it literally rots your soul. If you want to try it out, best to let someone else do it. Now here, let me have that, princess. It's still beating pretty strong, right? That's not the kind of thing you should be carrying around with your beautiful fingers. Carrying around with your... There we go.
Okay, I really like the way this thing feels, but if you insist. What is it anyway? Woodwose's liver or something?
Oh, it's something like that. Remember when I told you about how proper human history witches can turn into animals? There's a lot of pieces that go into that spell, and it's not the kind of thing you can cast in a day. But where there's a will, there's a faster way, like so. Did he eat it? It's not easy collecting and eating the parts of creatures you want to become, but it's definitely the quickest way. He just ate his heart or something? What? The fuck is Beryl doing? Woo, free stuff. Let's go see the fragment. Okay, let's see. Let's hop right to it. Now we get to see what Mash is doing here. Oh my god. Whew. Ace the Savior, Ector the Hard-Headed Black Knight, Totorot the Tamlin, and Mash the mysterious Shield Knight who claimed to have come from 2,400 years in the future. Oh, excuse me. Together, these four companions traveled the land of Britain, now free of clan warfare, as they made their way towards the pit. The year of the Fae era 400, about 6 months before the coronation was to be held at Londinium.
So you haven't actually been reborn several times then, Ace? You've just been alive for a really long time? That's right. Whenever I banish a calamity, I always hide out in a cave and rest in a coffin for a while. Let's see, I think I'd usually sleep for about 20 years or so. Anyway, disappearing like that, it's no wonder everyone thought I died in that fight.
I think it's supposed to be I think I died, not I died.
So why would you hide away from everyone like that? Wouldn't they want to shower you with gratitude for saving them from a calamity? No, they wouldn't. I'm a caster, the one who channels the voice of paradise. Most fairies in Britain hate everything about me. If I'd stuck around after banishing a calamity, I would inevitably end up being the cause of a conflict myself. So I decided to hibernate while I let the clan leaders handle the post-calamity politics. Hibernate? As in, literally sleeping all winter while there isn't enough food to go around? That's right. Plus, it was a great way to recover the magical energy I spent banishing the calamities. But I won't have to do that this time. Things are going to change in Britain now that Uther's going to be king. This will no longer be a world where people kill each other for no reason. The fact that you said in the future it's the era of the High Queen is proof that the world must have changed. Well, I guess that's true. The fairy Britain I knew was ruled by a single monarch, but still. Are things really that terrible in Britain right now, Ace? You said the clans were always fighting, but I just can't imagine that all fairies would be so aggressive. There's only so much land in Britain. These days, there's enough for each clan to have their own territory, but that wasn't always the case. The land of Britain is very literally made from and built up. The land of Britain is very literally made from and built upon the bodies of dead fairies. It only took the form it has now, at the cost of thousands of fairies being killed every day in constant warfare. So the very conflict the clans fought over the limited land in this world created more land to live upon. For that reason, hating and killing other clans became not just accepted, but encouraged. Had it not been, Britain would still be as small today as it once was. So I've always tried to prevent the calamities from wiping everyone out while doing my best to stay away from the clan wars. I see. Totoro also told me how the Isle of Britain is made from the bodies of dead fairies. I suppose I can see how that might make waging war to expand the livable territory here necessary, but why is it that Britain was why is it that Britain was small in the first place? In the world I originally come from, the Isle of Britain was much bigger than this. I can only imagine something strange must have happened long ago that made it necessary to rebuild the land with fairy corpses.
Yep.
Yes, I've wondered the same thing myself. Why did Britain end up like this? But I was only born 3,600 years ago, which I guess would be fair or 4,000 from your perspective. And nobody ever taught me about anything about what happened in the Fey Area 12,000 when Britain first came into existence. Fey Area 12,000. That's about the same time Olympus diverged from proper human history. Then, does that mean there's no British history that goes back further? Are there really only 12,000 years of Fey Area and that's it? Yes, that I'm sure about. The records at Orkney said as much. In the beginning, there was only the ocean, 6 fairies, a shrine maiden, and a beast.
No, how many times do I have to tell you? If you want to dye it yellow, use onion skins. If you want to prevent the colors from fading, you use salt. Boil some water, dissolve the salt, and soak the clothes. We went over this yesterday. If you're not going to do it properly, then don't bother doing it at all. Just stick to tying enemies up.
How did it go again? How do you use yarn again? How do you get cotton to look nice again? I don't know. I just don't know. Why am I like this? Why can't I do these simple things? Totoro, are you still up? Wah! Yeah, I'm up. I'm on guard duty tonight. I wasn't just practicing stuff or anything. Now, what are you still doing up? Go back to sleep. We're going to the pit tomorrow, remember? Practice? So you're not just picking up all these tools scattered on the ground? Oh gosh, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I have it all wrong, don't I? Let's see, I'm guessing you're in the middle of sewing something, right? That's right. I'm making A's coronation gown. She told the humans at the castle that she didn't need one for herself, so I thought I'd make her one. Sewing's the only thing I've ever been, Sewing's the only thing I've ever, Sewing's the only thing I've ever been any good at. But I just can't do it. I've been trying for months, and I'm no closer than when I started. 2 or 3 days after I hear something, I just forget it entirely. I can't do anything except stuff I was born knowing how to do. The Black Knight says all I have to worry about is fighting. But ever since I saw those beautiful gowns at the palace, there's been this kind of ache in my chest. I keep feeling sad and wanting to cry, for no reason. It feels like I'm missing something important, something I need to feel whole. So I thought maybe if I can make clothes like human tailors can, I could figure out what it is. But I'm just too stupid. No matter how many times someone teaches me something, I can never learn anything new. I don't know why I'm like this, but I still want to try making clothes. Honestly, I'd much rather do that than fight. Totoro. Well, how about you try keeping a diary? Everyone forgets things sometimes, but writing can help with that. It could be just like taking notes. All you have to do is write what you want to remember. I know, because I keep a diary too. And if you like, I'd be glad to share my tips and tricks every day. But I don't know how to write, and even if I tried to learn, I'd just forget that too. That's okay. I don't know how to read or write in fairy either, but we can study together. Don't worry, Totoro. Even if your mind forgets how to write, your body can be trained to remember for you. The very fact that we're conversing right now shows that you're able to hold a thought in your head and put it into words. So if you can do that, you can absolutely put your thoughts into written words too. I promise you, that's something you were born knowing how to do, just like your other skills.
Surprise Pika face.
So this is the pit. It makes sense that Camelot wouldn't be built here yet.
Are you really going down there, Ace? I'm against this. It's creepy.
It's quite safe, Totoro. There are no Moors near the pit, and all of the other fairies always keep their distance. We won't have to worry about being attacked by anyone from the anti-Londinium faction here. All you have to do is keep hold of your thread while I reinforce it with Magecraft. And all Mash has to do is hold on tight so she doesn't fall to the bottom.
Me? You want Mash to go down there? Then I'm going too. It's not fair to make her go by herself.
I'm afraid you have to be up here, Totoro. There's no one else who can raise or lower the thread after all.
Alright, but then what do we do?
It's okay, Totoro. This did come as a surprise, but I'll be fine here. I've investigated old runes like this a number of times before. And I know your thread is just as strong as a solid wire rope. So you don't have to worry about me. I promise I'll come back safe, so just watch over me from here.
Okay, got it. You're really brave, aren't you, Mash?
Okay, Mash, come this way, please. We'll tie one thread around your waist as a lifeline, and make a foothold with the other thread so that you can stand. There. That should do it. We should be able to talk to each other through the thread, too. So if you sense any danger, all you have to do is yell. Should the foothold thread come loose, we, by which I mean Hector, will pull you back up with the lifeline as fast as we can. My enchantment will let Totoro extend her thread up to 8 kilometers, so you don't have to go all the way down to the bottom. All you have to do is reach a point where you can tell how deep the pit is. And what lies at the bottom. Remember, you're only there to look around, okay?
Obviously, the only one of us thinking of doing more than just looking is you. One of these days, you really... excuse me. Alright. One of these days, you really need to learn to stop attacking dangerous things the moment you see them. You're lucky you have me and Rhynek. Nobody else could handle your so-called strategies.
That's right. I didn't figure this out until Mash showed up, but it's true. You take way too many risks, Ace. Not to mention you're totally merciless towards our enemies.
She just beat them over the head.
No, don't be silly. I'm just keeping things fresh. Still, I would admit that I've been leaning on you all more than I should. After all, you always help me make it through, even in the toughest battles with a smile. I felt like giving up so many times. If not all for you, I never would have made it this far. Okay, I'll be back soon. I'm counting on you to help me navigate, Ace. I've been going now for 60 minutes so far. I'm 7 kilometers down now. Still, no changes in the scale and no signs of life, although... Is this ash? It's billowing up from the bottom of the pit. So this must be where the ash I sometimes see in Fairy Britain's atmosphere comes from. And if there's ash, there must be something burning. I wonder what could be down there. I wasn't expecting it to be this deep. Can you still not see the bottom, Mash? It must be pitch black down there, no? Are you okay? Are you cold?
I can't see... Oh, sorry.
I can't see any light from the surface anymore, but it's actually fairly warm. That's sad. It feels like the air's getting heavier the further down I go. I'm only able to breathe thanks to Galahad's protections. 7,400 meters. 75. Still no change in the pit. Can you stand near red any further, Ask? I won't be able to see what's going on the site. Wait.
Something. Be right back, folks. Sorry for the wait, people. I had to use the restroom too, so... Yeah, there is that. But now we continue. I'm sorry. I'll take another sip.
I can see something...
Sorry.
I can see something down below. There's a red light. It almost looks like
Fire?
What's that sound? What's going on, Ace?
Mash, get out of the foothold. The thread's being corrupted. A fatal surge of magical elements is coming up from below. No way. There's enough cursed enemy here in this Lostbelt to cover all of Britain. No, the entire planet. That place down there isn't of this world. Don't look it in the eye, or you'll... Mash? Mash! Oh no, she's lost consciousness. Get her out of there, Hector. I can't believe it. That thing at the bottom, it's... Carnunos. But why? What's an ancient Celtic god's corpse doing at the bottom of the pit?
Uh-oh. His name comes up again.
Mash, you're awake! Oh, finally! Damn it, Mash, you scared me to death.
He's talking here.
Tortorod, please calm down. Let me see. The last thing I remember, I was going down the pit and... I'm so sorry, Mash. I was obviously being reckless, and you nearly paid the price for that. You're in Salisbury's great cathedral now. We brought you here after you lost consciousness. Your whole body was covered with a horrific curse when we pulled you out of the pit. My magecraft alone wasn't strong enough to remove it, but with this land's cleansing power... and the power of the Wind Clan, I was finally able to dispel it. Now I remember. I fainted when I saw that fire. Thank you so much for saving me, Ask. I'm the one who should be apologizing. I caused this. As for the fire at the bottom of the pit, that can wait until later. That's something we'll probably need to spend 10, 20... no, more like 200 years resolving. I'm just glad we know what's down there now. Thank you for helping us, Mash. Once Britain has been officially unified, I'll talk to...
Excuse me.
I'll talk to Uther about possible solution for what's in the pit.
Is that all I have to say, Ace? Mash almost died, you know.
I know, but there's nothing else I can possibly do to make this up to Mash right now. I haven't ever studied any magecraft that could send her back to the future. Oh no, please don't worry about me. I was interested in what was at the bottom of the pit too.
Excuse me.
In Fairy Britain, people just treat the pit as something that's always been there. But when you think about it for even 2 seconds, it's obviously strange that there's a giant hole in the middle of the island. I honestly thought it was weird that nobody investigated it in all this time.
So the pit's still around in the future? Nobody's ever filled it in?
Well, given how deep it is, I'm not surprised. For all we know, it may even be bottomless. And since, unlike the Spear's selection, it doesn't seem like something that can be sealed away. I don't think we have much choice but to keep an eye on it for a while. The Spear of The Spear of Selection? Do you mean the Staff of Selection? Now that I mention it, I'm surprised you don't have the Staff of Selection, despite being this land's savior, Ask. Did you lose it somewhere?
Huh?
I haven't heard of the Staff of Selection, but no, I don't have the Spear of Selection any longer. The implements of selection came to Britain along with me when I first washed up here from my homeland. But I'm afraid my feelings corrupted them, making them unsuitable. So I had them sealed away inside this cathedral.
Man, what a waste. The Guardian of the Spirit used to be ace trump cards. The Guardian was a banded field that can trap nightmares, and the Spear was a weapon that could admonish any fairy it touched. But then during the last calamity, the fairies behaved so badly that Ace got super mad at them. And that caused the nature of the Spear to turn away from what it should be. If you don't mind my asking, could you tell me what these weapons... could you tell me what makes these weapons so, unsuitable? How can I put this? The Spear itself is still as strong as ever, but... when it turned, its restraints were removed, and its capable to recharge... And its capability to recharge kind of went haywire. Basically, the Spirit selection no longer uses its wielder's magical energy to power its attacks. Now it does so by feeding on the life force, well, the youth, really, of its wielder.
So wait, is that what happened to Percival? We've got 6 here and 16. Okay, give me 1 sec, folks. I will be right back again. Just need to clean up a bit here for a bit. Sorry about the folks. Alright, let's continue. I don't know how much longer we'll go on, though. Hope maybe after we get section 17 done, or either 17 or 18, whichever, depending on the time it takes to get there. We'll see. Sounds like funny music again. What the? Why are they fighting? Good morning. I'm sorry to call you all here so early. When I know you're still exhausted from yesterday's battle, but I'm afraid this couldn't wait. Last night, Altria and Yusaku received invitations from Lady Murian of Gloucester to attend Ferium, a fairy ball she'll be holding soon. So we've been invited to a fairy ball? Holding a ball now, huh? She's up to something, that much is for sure.
Hang on, you said this fairy ball was called Ferium? What exactly is that, anyway? Allow me to explain. I've always wanted to go to a ball, so I know all about them. Ferium, a moonlit gala that every fairy in Britain dreams of attending. Every fairy who has done something impressive that year, like clan heads, is invited to speak about and be celebrated for their accomplishments. Attendees get to enjoy never before
Sorry.
Attendees get to enjoy never before seen scenery, never before eaten cuisine, and never before heard music. And then to cap it all off, they decide on the fairy of the year, the one who stands atop the fairy society and shines more brightly than any other. It's not right, Altria. There's not a fairy in Britain who doesn't dream of attending the Ferium, right? I guess. Maybe. I suppose there was a time I dreamed about it myself. Wait, does this mean we're going?
She's all nervous again.
Because I was kind of hoping I'd never have to go to another Ferium if I could help it.
Right. This is our chance to ring another bell.
Yeah, that's definitely what Murian has in mind with this invitation. That's definitely what Murian had in mind with this invitation. Though I still don't know why she's given us this opportunity.
That's right. This is Murian's way of making her intentions known to both the Queen and the Child of Prophecy. It makes perfect sense that the Lord of Gloucester would hold a ball from time to time, and that goes double for one with a long storied history like the Ferium. Though of course, Altria and Yusaku will hardly be her only guests. I doubt Morgan will step away from her throne, but she'll almost certainly send a delegation. At minimum, Tristan and Lancelot will be among them.
Right, of course. Lancelot always wins Fairy of the Year.
That little blue bitch, huh? I'd love a little payback while we're there, but Gloucester is bound by Murian's rules. So no one from any faction can fight at this ball, right? That's right, which makes this a perfect opportunity. Under ordinary circumstances, we'd never be allowed in Gloucester now that we've defied the Queen by ringing 2 bells and defeating Woodwose. But for this occasion, we can proudly attend the ball as distinguished guests. And once we're inside, well, sneaking around and finding secret rooms is what you do best, right, Altria?
Gah! I knew it!
Time to finally put those shady spells of yours to good use.
Did you have to say it like that?
Then it's settled. I'll ready a carriage right away. The ball is being held tonight, so we'll need to hurry if we're going to make it to Gloucester by evening.
Huh?
Look, what was Murian thinking? Damn, alright. Okie dokie. Are you fighting an Avenger? Okay, well, time to bring my moon cancers. I'll just bring all my moon cancers. Yeah.
"私の力が必要ならば全力で応答します。早炊きですよ、カルウェナ。早炊きですよ、カルウェナ。波の風流、お好きです。まあ、もう終わりだなんて。誇りにかけて。迷いも嘆きも大切に。海の泡に返しましょう。ニルマーナラスヘブンズ・ボーン。早炊きですよ、カルウェナ。早炊きですよ、カルウェナ。水辺には海には人魚。深いはいモッツプラッシュ。ええ、せっかく夏ですので。可愛らしいこと。私のボタンに参りましょう。
Hey.
早炊きですよ、カルウェナ。早炊きですよ、カルウェナ。ええ、艶やかにスプラッシュ。ええ、せっかく夏ですので。可愛らしいこと。私のボタンに参りましょう。当
Easy.
然とはいえ嬉しいものですね。皆さんのおかげです。
Ooh, more bells. And not enough to level up another Gancelot's, not Gancelot. I'm used to Vanguard names. Lancelot's skill. Phew, we made it. Our second time in Gloucester. Red Rabbit and Percival are waiting outside the city limits, so we don't have to worry about them. But unfortunately, we only have 2 invitations. One for Altria and one for Yusaku. And each invitation only allows for a single +1. So, who should go with them? Da Vinci and I make the most sense. So we both met Murian. Having you around would be helpful since words hits harder than swords here. But knowing you, I'm sure you'll have no problem sneaking in anyway. Naturally, I'm flattered by your trust, Muramasa. I know a number of Gloucester's fair ladies, so I'm sure I can find one in need of a kingly companion.
Fine with me. You guys have fun. I'm gonna spend some time in the city. Damn, I just realized this means I won't get to go to the ball after all. But that's okay. That just means I have a great opportunity to visit the Count's shop. Come on me, happy cat. Count Pepperon gave me a letter of introduction to his shop when Count Pepperon gave me a letter of introduction to his shop here when we left Londinium. He even said we should go and have a good time together. He's so considerate, don't you think? Oh, the Count's store, huh? I guess that sounds kind of interesting. Okay, let's go. I wasn't really looking for fun tonight, but this doesn't sound bad.
Wonderful. Glad you're both getting along so well. Now, moving on. Yeah, she's gonna need a wardrobe change. What should we do about little Miss Coldfeet over here, Yusaku? Muramasa and I will bring her there. Muramasa and I will bring her there, whether she wants to go or not. Guess that's all we can do, huh? I got the left side, you get the right.
No! Don't make me do this! I don't want to go to the ball dressed like this! I don't want to run into anyone I know! You're a kid, right, Oberon? You can go ring the bell. Just don't forget to bring me a souvenir. Something tasty would be nice.
Cut that out. No proper child of prophecy would ever say that. Do you know how many aspiring Cinderellas would give their eye teeth for an invitation to this ball? Deal with it. Oberon, was that you doing a wicked stepmother? I'm sorry, I just didn't expect Alchia to be so stubborn about this. Do you have some ball-related trauma? Did you get mistaken for a server or something at one before?
Don't be silly. Of course I never had anything that embarrassing happen to me. It's just, you know, I'm basically the face of the Round Table Army now, so I don't want to go there underdressed.
Oh, is that all? Well, don't worry then. Nothing better or more formal for a warrior to wear than their battle dress. Then again, if you prefer, you could always have Yusuke go on ahead. I doubt you'll be able to find him again later, so it'll just be you and Muramasa at the ball in that case. I don't see a problem with that.
Okay, I'll go already. Just don't leave me behind.
Like, she's kind of a whiny crybaby sometimes. Whoa.
Yep, this is amazing. I never thought there was such a fancy ballroom next to the auction house. It's a fey domain with a fey domain within a fey domain. A top-notch otherworldly reality marble, the likes of which you rarely get to see. You can tell since the inside of this building is clearly bigger than the outside.
Whatever it is, it's damn impressive. If this place is any indication, Marian might have just be the best damn gardener I've ever seen. Hell, the view's so great it's even got Ultra to calm down. She's still not wearing her other clothes.
I'll have you know this is my second time here, so it's not like I was entranced by the scenery. I was mostly wondering why Marian hasn't bothered to greet us after she invited us. Whoop! Ultra's pissed now. Once she gets over herself, she's really a dependable ally. She really is a dependable ally.
Huh, you're right. Now that I mention it, I don't see her anywhere. I would have thought she'd be the first to use the Child of Prophecy to liven things up at the park. May I have your attention, distinguished guests? On behalf of Lady Murian, the owner of this beautiful building, I would like to apologize for her tardiness. I've been told she should arrive in about 1 hour, so please relax and enjoy yourselves in the meantime.
So, Marion isn't even here yet. And there's no sign of Oberon either. What do you think, Yusaku? Should I go sneak into the bell tower now?
I don't think so. Now that we've come this far, we may as well.
Looks like we just got a new arrival. Oh wow, all the fairies are making way for...
Oh fuck. Oh damn. Gut.
What?
Damn. She's whistling. Sorry, I can't whistle. Oh shit, Lancelot. Hey, look. Who's that girl next to Aurora? Aurora's an exceptional beauty, but that fairy next to her is something else.
I see. So you go for the prim and proper young lady types, huh, Muramasa?
Got nothing to do with what I like. I'm just being objective here. Oh god, there's Tristan.
It's Barrow, and Tem and Tristan.
Yeah, that tracks, because Morgan's daughter's here. So that's Marion's game, huh? She sure is a vindictive little brat, isn't she? Or maybe she's a perfectionist. One who's clearly not going to be satisfied until she downright obliterates anyone who defies her. I guess that was the last of the big guess. Are you looking for someone?
Oh no, it's nothing. I was just kind of wondering if Knock Mariaba's here, that's all. Thank goodness she's not. Now I won't have to hear all her snide remarks about how she's so much better than me. Good day, child of prophecy. Congratulations on your victory at Londinium. Coral, I'm so sorry. I hope I wasn't being too loud. Oh gosh, I was, wasn't I? I'm sorry. I'm from the country, so I'm totally out of place here. Still, it's nice of you to come say hello. I know how you feel, but it's okay. There's nothing to be nervous about.
Hey, she's actually being nice.
Marion's cast a spell in this ballroom that hides attendees' faces from anyone who doesn't already know them.
Oh, fuck.
So please relax. You don't have to worry about anyone you don't know seeing you here. These kinds of parties don't happen
Don't happen very day. I think every day.
These kinds of parties don't happen every day. It's best to enjoy them while you can. I see. Thank you, Carl. You know, I have to say...
You look like you're much more at ease here than you were in Salisbury.
I assure you, I'm not the least bit giddy about being here. I'm only here to guard Lady Aurora. Let me remind you, foreign mage, you may have been invited here, but you're still just a human. I suggest that you remember your place and not speak your mind so freely, if you know what's good for you. Thanks for the warning. You're always worried about humans' welfare, aren't you? That was your way of telling him that speaking to other fairies, that would...
Oh.
That was your way of telling him that speaking to fairies that way would cause big trouble, right? Don't go putting words in my mouth. I intended nothing of the sort. I'm not like Lady Aurora. I have no fondness for humans, and I don't think of them as equal in any way. Is that so? Because the way I see it, Aurora might let humans do whatever they want, but you actually tell them what they need to hear. So between the two of you, you seem like you actually treat humans much more kindly than... Silence! I don't care what kind of fairy you are, or what clan you're from. The slander Lady Aurora is to slander the entire Wind clan. And daring to compare her with the likes of me? Absolutely unthinkable. I see now it was foolish of me to bother paying my respects to the child of prophecy. This is supposed to be a gala for distinguished guests. Brush up on your etiquette before you consider attending another. Gotcha. Sorry about that, but before you go, do you mind if I ask one more question? I couldn't help but notice that the other fairy next to Aurora. Is she serving as her escort tonight? Even though you're her right-hand fairy? No fairy shines more brightly than Lady Aurora. Only the most beautiful of fairies deserve to stand by her side. As such, I'm happy to offer up my seat to one more suitable like her.
even if she is a grotesque creature who crawled her way from the foulest sludge imaginable.
Wait a moment. The one that that other girl that Aurora was with, the one that had the question marks earlier, was that Lancelot? Like, Tam Lin Lancelot? Or, yeah? There she goes. After what Da Vinci just said, I don't blame her. What was that all about, Da Vinci? It's not like you.
Well, that was a bust. I've been wondering how different corals...
Sorry.
I've been wondering just how different corals and Aurora's values really are for a while now, so I thought I'd take this chance to see for myself. But I guess I went a little too far. Pero.
How different their values are?
What did you people say to Coral? I've never seen her so upset before.
Huh? It's Lancelot. You're the fairy who was with Aurora. So does this mean that this Lancelot is actually more loyal to Aurora rather than Morgan?
Oh right, I'm not wearing my armor today, am I? Pardon me. This isn't our first meeting, but it is my first time properly introducing myself. I'm Tamlin Lancelot. Welcome to the ball, Altria, Yusaku. And who might you be, young lady? Would you mind if I asked your name? Not at all. I'm Leonardo da Vinci, but pleasure to meet you.
Da Vinci? Oh, don't tell me Da Vinci fell for her.
What? I might be Caldea's technical advisor, but I'm still an artist first and foremost. I can't help but appreciate beauty wherever I find it.
Well, damn, if you don't seem like a totally different person. Is this what you're like when you're not in armor?
I'm sorry. Have we met?
You mean you don't remember? You knocked me off a damn castle and it filled me full of holes.
Oh, you must be Muramasa. I'm sorry. I never got a good look at your face. I do remember you, though. Gutting you like a fish was so much fun.
Ouch.
I knew you must still be alive. I had a feeling we would get to fight again someday. I wonder when our next fight will be. Maybe you'll finally manage to cut off my head? Oh, I can't wait to punch that cobbled together spirit origin straight out of you.
Yeah, right on. The hell? She kind of reminds me of Oberon.
She's the princely type, a total prince. No wonder she's been gifted Lancelot's name. You wouldn't happen to be Avalon's... Alright. Aurora told me not to let my true personality show too much. Congratulations on your victory at Londinium. We may be enemies, but that was a battle well fought, and I must commend you. Although, there's one thing I'd like to ask you. How is Percival doing? I've been told he's still alive, but... Is he hurt at all? Or is there anything unusual about him?
No, he seems fine. Do you know Percival?
I'm his big sister.
What?
Oh, his big sister. Well, no wonder you're worried about...
Percival's big sister? She's like, huh? Well, that was not expected. I thought they were like possible love interest though, but I didn't think they were siblings. Or I don't think they're actual siblings. I guess she just like self-appointed like siblings, I guess, you know, stuff like that. This is interesting.
Tamlin Lancelot. She just up and left after telling us she was Percival's sister.
She's clearly the type who just says what she wants and leaves. Percival kept this pretty close to the chest.
I don't think he was hiding it from us. There was just never any reason to bring it up. Is this something most people in Britain know about, Altria? Not at all. In fact, I don't think most people would believe it if we told them. I could barely believe it. And I just heard it straight from Lancelot.
And I guess Percival wants to keep it a secret. It'd probably be hell on the Round Table Army's morale to know that the commander's actually Lancelot's brother. So that oblivious Tam Lin just spilled the beans like it was nothing. I swear, Tam Lin just seemed to be going around. I swear, Tam Lin just seemed to go around doing whatever the hell they want all the time, don't they? So what do we do now?
It's not a big deal. I think we can keep this to ourselves. It's not as though Percival and Lancelot are in contact, and it's not our place to comment on their relationship as siblings.
Got it. If you're okay with that, we don't mind keeping it quiet. I still don't get how they can be siblings at all when Percival's human and Lancelot's a fairy.
It's not uncommon for fairies to adopt humans as their children. So I guess Lancelot and the fairy who took in Percival are old acquaintances. This explains why he didn't want to go near Salisbury.
Could the fairy who took in Percival be...
You there, human. That's right, I'm talking to you. One of the Tam Lin said he wanted to talk to you out on the terrace. Get out there and fast. Make sure you're on your best behavior, too.
They really want to see me?
Well, you are the only human here, so... What are you going to do? Are you going to see what she wants?
As long as you all come with me.
Of course. Even with Murrian's rules in place, this is still enemy territory. And the terrace is a private area, so no other fairies will bother us there. It's perfect for clandestine conversations. I guess Lancelot must have the more she wants to ask us about after all.
Fine with me. Honestly, I was hoping to observe her a little more anyway. She just frowned at her. By which I mean her outfit. Just her outfit. I thought I could pick up some tips from its construction, you know? I look at Aldrich just glared at him.
Oh, for...
Wait, Barguest?
I'm impressed you accepted an invitation from the enemy. Not that I ever doubted you would.
That dress looks good on you.
Of course it does. I'm a lord. I'm not so barbaric as to wear armor to a ball. Good evening, Barguest. We haven't seen you since that night in the Welsh forest. We also have no idea what kind of disciplinary measures you had to face afterwards. If you have something you want to say to us, why don't you start with that? What is it, Barguest? Is this for Excusiers only or something? No, not exactly. It's not that, Da Vinci. You just captivate her. Come on, Barguest, spit it out already. We don't have all night here. I know, I'm a busy woman myself, so I'll keep this brief. Da Vinci, was it? I'm currently confined to my territory, and I've been relieved of my duty to protect Britain. Consequently, I have no reason to raise a hand to the Child of Prophecy now. I wasn't even planning to attend this ball at all until I realized I might see you all there. So I swallowed my pride and came to speak with you. Does that answer your question? Sure does. I know you don't mean us any harm right now, but I had to be sure, you understand. Pay it no heed. You're the Foreign Mage's advisor. I understand you had to ask. Now, here's my question for you. I'd like you to tell me whatever you can about the outside world, about proper human history. High Queen Morgan has given me a broad overview, but I still know nothing of its history, or what things are truly like there. I would like to know if you are actually merciless arbitrators, barbaric invaders, or well-meaning visitors who truly wish to know our history. go. That's all I can tell you in the limited time we have. Our battles in the Lostbelts have been to reclaim our history and our future. This place isn't our target now, but it is still a Lostbelt that will eventually need to be pruned. But that doesn't mean we have any issue with this Lostbelt's inhabitants, or that we want to erase its history. Even though this may be a zero-sum game where only a Lostbelt or proper human history can ultimately survive. That's an issue between worlds, not the residents. Is that how you feel too, Yusaku? Mm-hmm. I see. You truly are a young man of integrity, aren't you? In that case, let me now ask you this. Do fairies exist in proper human history as well? Yep, life isn't exactly easy for them, but we do still have fairies in Britain's woods. There are also fairies in Ireland, the Isle of Skye, and France, just across the channel. Ireland? Skye? France? I see. Alright, setting those questions aside for later. What about calamities and moors? Do those exist too?
Nope, we don't have anything like those there.
What a peaceful world yours must be. I envy the fairies who inhabit it. Okay then, let's say strictly hypothetically. What if we were to... No, never mind. That would be asking far too much. I've learned what I wish to know. My apologies for taking up your time.
Yes, Barghest. You could move the proper human history.
How did you know? I didn't think that would even occur to you. Oh, please. It wasn't hard to figure out. And I have no doubt Yutsuko feels the same after talking to you. Barghest, you always seem to more focus on protecting the fairies of Britain than the land itself. The whole reason you agreed to serve Morgan is because she was keeping Britain safe. But if she has no intention of protecting its people, you'd have to find another way to do so yourself. So it makes perfect sense that you'd consider moving them to a more peaceful place, like proper human history. But is such a thing even possible? The inhabitants of a Lostbelt can only survive inside their Lostbelt. And the fairies of Britain are doomed to be used and discarded as mere tools for High Queen Morgan. True, that was the case for the other Lostbelts, but Britain is different. It really is possible for you and the other fairies to exist in proper human history, Barghest. It won't exactly be easy, of course. There are a number of major hurdles that would need to be overcome first. But there are nothing that can't be resolved through peaceful discussion. And I'm sure we can manage that as long as we have kind-hearted fairies like you and Altria leading the others. I see. Then it seems I need to make a decision as well. Da Vinci, Yusaku. I'd like you to come to my domain, Manchester. I have a proposition I'd like to discuss with you there. I understand if you still can't trust me. Just hearing what you had to say has been enlightening enough.
Interesting. Very interesting. Well, looks like we're fighting someone. Okay, well, I suppose we'll just continue again. Sorry I'm late. It took me longer to get in than I thought. Was that Barghest I just saw leaving? Looks like whatever she wanted must have been pretty serious. She didn't challenge you to a duel or something, did she? Well, I see. So she's thinking about emigrating to proper human history. There's something I hadn't considered. But that's just the kind of bold thinking I'd expect from her. Definitely an idea worth pursuing. I wish I could have been here for that discussion. So, what did you tell her?
That was as far as we got. It's too dangerous a topic to discuss here. So she asked us to come to Manchester to talk it over. What do you think, Oberon?
Manchester, huh? I'm not sure I like the sound of that. The rule of Bargus' domain is survival of the fittest. A very literal dog-eat-dog world where the weak are just meat for the strong. I'm not talking natural laws here either. This is something everyone there truly believes. In Manchester, the weak offer themselves up to the strong, and the strong think nothing of exploiting the weak. The very idea of fighting for their lives never even crossed their minds. Gloucester's Fey domain is designed to let the weak and the strong coexist on equal footing. But Manchester's all about letting the strong do whatever they like, the weak be damned. Still, if you're absolutely positive that Bargus won't try to attack you there, then I suppose you could pay her a visit.
Baggy didn't seem like she meant us any harm, but she's also definitely a carnivore. So if she did decide to eat us, there wouldn't be anything we could do to stop her.
Not really. You know the stories about the Black Dog Duchess, right? Bargus has taken a number of lovers over the years, but none of her relationships have lasted very long. They say she'll marry They say she'll marry her then boyfriend and bring him back to her mansion, and by the next day she'll have eaten them whole. That's some weird sense of foreplay. The only creatures in all Britain who eat fairies are the black dogs and Barghest. She may struggle against her nature, trying to be civilized, but those instincts always win out eventually. Oh hey, Eddie 2010, thank you for the raid. Let me give you a shout out. And you're playing Fate Grand Order 2. So, were you doing gotcha pulls or are you doing the story too? Oh, and it looks like you are a fellow Umu enjoyer too. Welcome, welcome. There's a reason she's so widely feared. I really can't endorse this plan. You're done with the gotcha till Korean Sky? Ah, nice, nice. Same here, though. And then, I think shortly after, we get Oberon.
So that's why she's called the Black Dog Duchess. Come to think of it, Mike said something about her too. Gawain of many loves, Gawain the glutton. Always hungry, never satisfied. She'll take her lover one day and eat him up the next.
You're in Lostbelt 6, Section 12? I believe I'm a little bit further than that one, though. So the thing is, though, I'm trying to finish this before Anime Expo, because I will be going to Anime Expo in a couple weeks. And I'm actually gonna be going there to the FGO panel. That's gonna be on, I think it's on day 3? I forget when. AX lucky. Oh yeah, I mean, I live nearby the convention center though, so yeah, and I also got a free pass from one of my friends, because, like I said, originally I wasn't planning on going because of financial stuff, but he just gave me his pass. I'm like, okay, here you go. I'm like, he gave me his pass though because, well, he got called in by Bandai to go work at the Bandai booth. I think originally he was going to work in the Gundam section of the Bandai booth, but then they moved into the Kamen Rider section. So then, once he got it, then he just went and gave me his pass that he ordered earlier. So I'm like, okay. Can't beat that. Easy. Oh, yeah. So there. So now I find myself going now. That'd be cool. Right, She seemed pretty sincere to me, but I guess that could be just, but I guess that could just be part of her nature as a fairy. Let's forget about Barghest for now. We still have an objective here and we should focus. The bell tower is right next to this hall. In fact, we can sneak in there from this terrace. I think it would be best if we handle that now before the ball ends. Are you ready, Altria?
Yeah, okay. After everything else that's happened, I'm not even nervous anymore. Come on, Yusaku. Let's go ring that third bell.
I can't imagine that'll be that easy. Emigrating, huh? What a clever idea you've had, Barghest. And just after you burned down the Welsh forest, too. I think you might have a grudge. Bell tower, 3rd floor. Looks like that Merlin maid trap finally came in handy. Nice work with that lock, Altria. You did a hell of a job like a modern-day Nezumi Kozo or Jiraiya. Alrighty. Hey, thanks for the raid, Eddie. And have a good one.
I don't know who those proper human history fairies are. I don't know who those proper human history fairies are, but something about their names tells me that wasn't a compliment. Now that you mention it, there are lots of fairies who love to play pranks, but I've never heard of one who likes to steal money.
Of course you haven't. Ordinarily, fairies would never have any need for money. It's only because Morgan created currency that fairy society started building banks to keep their property safe, and why lockpicking was developed in the first place. It's not easy to open human-made safes with fairy sacraments alone, so now we have lockpicking.
Merlin said something to that effect too. Something about these skills being useful on a journey like mine.
Was that really Merlin?
Oh, Tria, you said Merlin taught you magecraft, right? Did he live in Tentacle too? Actually, I've never seen him in person. I only heard his voice whenever I was by myself. He said he'd been imprisoned by a scary queen, but that he can still teach me magecraft if I didn't mind distance learning. So that's how I learned the basics of magecraft. Everything else I basically came up with on my own. I see. That sounds a lot like what happened with proper human history, Altria. By day, her adoptive father taught her the ways of knighthood, and when she was asleep, Merlin taught her what she would know to be. Merlin taught her what she would need to know to be king.
Yep, that part is more or less the same here in Fairy Britain too. Hang on. Are you all hearing that chatter too?
That fairy you saw below was child's play, a fancy illusion, nothing more. But this is Glow Sister, the city of trends, brands, and joy. It needs more than a party to liven things up. It needs excitement, stakes, pathos, drama. Which is why I prepared a once-in-a-lifetime show for all of you to enjoy. This audition will decide the true queen. The winner of this battle will chart Fairy Britain's very nature. Now get ready to howl with laughter and gasp in envy, because it's time for the main event.
Ah, crap.
Where'd all those masked fairies come from?
I knew it. I knew you were up to something like this, Murian.
Allow me to introduce the contenders once again. Up on the stage now we have one of the hottest couples in all the land. Tamlin and Tristan, Her Majesty's beloved daughter, and Lord Beryl Gut, Her Majesty's fiancé.
Uh-oh. Wait, are we gonna have to fight them?
Their opponent is the wind of change sweeping across Britain itself, Ainzel's prophesied savior. Altria, the child of prophecy, and Lord Yusaku, the foreign mage. It will be here on this stage that Tristan and Altria's fated showdown began. And I'm also told that Lord Beryl and Lord Yusaku have an even deeper connection.
Excuse me.
Can you think of a better matchup? I certainly can. Now, come to the stage. Whatever I may think, Gloucester's Belle will not reject the one capable of defeating Tamlin Tristan. This is amazing. Trust Lady Murian to give us what we didn't even know we wanted.
Lady Tristan means business this time. That's a traditional combat fairy outfit, if I've ever seen one, and I have.
Oh my gosh, no matter how many times I see Beryl Gut, there's just something indescribably wonderful about him.
Oh god.
Just look at his limber stature, his strong muscular limbs. He looks like an expert dancer. The child of prophecy must be quite the looker too, seeing how she defeated Lord Woodwose. I can't wait to see what the savior of Britain looks like.
Oh crap. She's gonna freeze up. She's trying to sneak away.
It's too late. She's already trying to sneak away. Get back here, Altria. There's no getting out of this now. No, let me go. I can't do this. No, seriously, I can't.
Just kick her onto the stage. It won't matter once she's up there.
Oberon!
What do we do, Muramasa? Murian. Hey, Murian, a stage like this has got to have a dressing room, right? Where's it at?
Oh, if it isn't Muramasa, I'm glad to see you're still alive and well. And yes, there's a dressing room behind the stage. What's this about?
Great, give us a minute. Hey, Yusuke, come here a second. Oh man, where'd they go? Are they seriously not gonna fight after we went through all this trouble?
Of course not. Nobody in their right mind would ever fight me.
God damn, that's her second ascension.
This isn't like the last time. There's no rule against magecraft. I'm wearing a much more glamorous outfit, and I've got you here with me. It's a shame I won't be able to cut that cheeky tongue of hers out, but I can live with watching her run off from it with her tail between her legs. In fact, I actually feel sorry for her. I mean, can you imagine anything more hilarious than a pathetic, low-class fairy being paraded around as the child of prophecy of all things? You couldn't find anyone more miserable in all of Britain.
Oh yeah? We'll just see about that. Or as they say in Yu-Gi-Oh! それはどうかな? Oh, her second ascension. Huh? She's a... Stand up straight. No slouching.
Right. Okay. Deep breaths. Deep breaths. Well, you said your bit, Tristan. But what's with that totally obscene outfit? I'm Aldria, the child of prophecy, and on my honor as a caster, I'm going to ring the bell of pilgrimage, whether you like it or not. Try to get in my way, and I'll cut you and those tastefully expensive heels down to size. Huh. Kitty's got claws. Still, I didn't think you'd know a decent high heel if it stepped on you. But all this big talk is going to make losing much more embarrassing. I feel sorry for you, sure, but that doesn't mean I'm going to spare you. Huh? Wait, you actually think you're stronger than me? Oh, now I actually kind of feel bad.
Oh fuck!
I really do have nothing but pity for you, you know. You've had plenty of practice running home and crying to mommy, right? I mean, I think so, since this'll be your second crack at it.
Damn, she got a sharp tongue.
No, it won't. You're the ones to be crying after I tear you apart.
Ouch. Tristan can't hold a candle to her trash talk, huh? Guess it's hard to compete with someone who's used to bottling up her frustrations. Anyway, I would have liked to have a chat with you a little more, Yusaku, but since this is a 2-on-2 battle... Well, it was never going to go any other way, right? Personally, this is my very first time fighting a master, and I'm going up against a seasoned veteran who's defied death more times than I can count, so I plan on treating this as a learning experience. Let's enjoy killing each other, shall we, Kohai? Yeah, you know what? I've survived more scarier opponents than you, man.
モルガンの娘同士、マスター同士の戦いってわけだ。楽しもうぜ後輩。
わがまま気まぐれ。
援護は必要か、レディースピル。
白兵戦行きます。やだね。今のうちに準備。もちろんやりま負けないぞ。ここでまっすぐセクエンス。ここまでやれば最高。痛い。望まれることを望まれたよう、もちろんやります。それはいつか来る兆しの星。誰に呼ばれるまでもなく、あなたは星をかざすでしょう。アラウンドスカイバーン。ここでまっすぐ。ここまでやれば最高。出た。負けないぞ。もちろん負けないぞ。ここでまっすぐセクエンス。ここまでやれば最高。ブーター白兵戦行きます。望まれることを望む。運命負けなくなります。あれはいつか見た終わりの星。どれほど遠く汚れても私は星を探すのです。さあ幕を開けてアラウンドスカイバーン。ここでまっすぐ。なんだ覚悟しろ。ショータイムね。ほらもうおしまい。これがあなたの慣れの果て。敵のフェイルノート。もうやだ。痛い。見苦しい。
乗ってきた乗ってきた。受け取ってくれよ、俺からのおひねりだ。
Hey, that ain't fair.
運命やります。負けないぞ。あれはいつか見た終わりの星。どれほど遠く汚れても私は星を探すのです。さあ幕を開けてアラウンドスカイバーン。ここでまっすぐ先生の杖に光を。最高。やだね。運命やります。もちろん。それはいつか来る兆しの星。誰に呼ばれるまでもなくあなたは星をかざすでしょう。アラウンドスカイバーン。ここでまっすぐ。先生の杖に光を。不良になれ。今のうちに準備。戦いですか。白兵戦行きます。何のために。もちろんやります。 それはいつか来る兆しの星。誰に呼ばれるまでもなくあなたは星をかざすでしょう。アラウンドカイバーン。ここでまっすぐ。ほら覚悟しろ。痛い。最高。運命。負けないぞ。ここで
Ooh, alright.
それはいつか来る兆しの星。誰に呼ばれるまでもなくあなたは星をかざすでしょう。アラウンドカイバーン。ここまでやればもちろん
Ooh, alright.
ここでまっすぐ。セクエンス。
I 1v2 them.
性の強い光をですか。今回はうまくいきました。
Altria 1. she looks mortified. You can even see her like her eyeliner's like all smudged.
No, it's leaving me. Wait, come back. Mother's going to be furious with me again. She's going to ask me why I'm like this. Why I'm always like this.
The Tamlin lost after Barghest. That makes 2. Fantastic. I knew Angel's prophecy was right. From here on, the Child of Prophecy is the one to invest in. All that aside, where have I seen Tristan before? Oh, I remember now. I know exactly who she is. I saw her 100 years ago back in Lord Grimalkin's mansion. Her real name is Baoban Sith. She was a prostitute in Darlington and a vampire. A vampire? What in the world was the High Queen thinking? I can't imagine any more disgusting than living on human blood. No wonder she stinks like a sewer. I can only wonder how many humans she's sold her body to. The resurrection 100 years ago. Remember how Darlington was overrun with corpses? She and Morgan must have been responsible for Darlington's destruction, and Lord Grimalkin becoming a night call. No wonder that damn vampire is the only one who made it out of that place alive.
No, you got it all wrong. I just... Stop it. Don't badmouth Mother. Mother always knows best. So what if I suck blood from dead bodies? So what if I'm undead? Darlington wasn't my fault.
She's running away. Baoban Sith is running away. I knew the Queen wasn't thinking straight. Why else would she choose a low-class fairy like that as her successor? Now I feel a little bad about how this turned out.
So she was lying about everything, huh? I guess that's no surprise.
Well, shit, you really handed me my ass. You're as good as I've heard, Yusaku. Pretty sure there's no way I'll ever beat you in a master battle anymore. So, what are you gonna do now? Gonna have your lady friend kill me, or gonna settle this yourself? As you can see, I'm totally unarmed now, and I don't have Baoban Sith to protect me anymore. Seems to me you're not gonna get a better chance than Seems to me you're not gonna get a better chance than this to off me. Am I right?
Yusaku.
This is Glow Sister. We can't fight here. Gotcha. Too bad. I really thought I could end this here. Looks like you've got an even better nose for danger than Kadok. Now I'm really impressed. Well, time to show myself out. Besides, I don't see the point in playing with you anymore while Mash is still missing. So long, saviors. See you in Camelot someday. There we go, true name revealed. Balbon Smith. Smith. Balbon Sith. I don't know why I keep saying Smith. Balbon Sith.
Hey, great work out there, everyone. I'm so glad you enjoyed yourselves.
That's so. Pretty sure you're the only one here enjoying yourself. Your dumbass show made me pull out all the tricks I've been saving and way earlier than I'd liked.
Oh, what tricks? Did you join the fight while I wasn't looking?
No, shut up. Damn it. So much for saving it for Camelot. Wait, what was he saving? Hey, she's still wearing the outfit.
By the way, Yusaku, I really have to thank you for this lovely outfit. I had no idea you'd been working on it in secret all this time. Were you just too shy to say something sooner? You considerate little Dickens, you.
Well, actually... Look, that screams. Not one word. Oh. I think it was Muramasa that made it, that's why. I think it looks great on you, too.
Thank you. I feel so dashing and gallant in this. When I think about people seeing me like that, it's enough to even make a timid thing like me want to give it my all. It seems you're all working together much better now than you were the last time you came here.
Oh, someone a little upset about being the odd fairy out?
Not anymore, no. It's not like you to be so acerbic, Oberon.
Is it acerbic or acerbic?
Are you feeling left out too or something?
Just a little, if I'm being honest. No fair making an outfit like that behind my back. Man, I was really hoping to put Ultra's official Child of Prophecy debut off until later. When we could really do it up, in style at Londinium.
Now, don't be like that. I'd say this debut worked out just as well as we could have hoped. You saw all those upper-class fairies in the auction house too, right? They all saw Ultra beat Tristan fair and square, and in a manner befitting the Child of Prophecy. So it won't be long before they've told all of Britain as well. Plus, we also got to ring a third bell while we were at it. So, does this mean the Wing Clan officially recognizes the Child of Prophecy, Morian? Of course! Now that the bell has recognized her, I have nothing more to say. That being said, Gloucester's still going to remain neutral. This was Tristan's show. I didn't decide to offer you the bell myself. As such, I haven't technically defied the Queen. While we're at it, let's get one thing straight. I have no plans to help the Round Table Army. Fairies and humans may both be equal in Gloucester, since we value brands and trends more than anything. But in general, I still hate humans, and the Round Table Army is no exception. So please don't expect me to help them in any way, shape, or form unless they have an exceptionally good business deal for me.
Now I see. So if we can work out a deal, you'll have no problem coming over to our side, huh?
Oh, would you knock it off with the "can we all just get along" nonsense? Your blockheaded idealism just really pisses me off.
Huh? The hell are you talking about?
Never mind, just forget it. Anyway, I really am busy right now. You guys can knock yourselves out with this war all you want. Me, I have books to get back to. All the old Fey era documents I found in the records I just bought from Camelot aren't going to read themselves. You all showed Balban Sith who's the boss and rang the bell like you wanted, right? So if there's nothing else you want from me, would you just get lost already?
Can I ask where Koyanskaya is right now?
Oh, Lady Fox, she's... out on business at the moment. Apparently she finally found something she was looking for. I would wish her good luck with her work, but I know she doesn't need anything of the sort. Thanks for waiting, you two. We finally made it back from the ball in one piece.
Oh, they're like, whoa.
Wow, I don't know much about fashion, so I don't have the words to describe it well, but... Ah, you look awesome, Altria. Your battle dress is good, but this is great. But this is great. You think so? You know, maybe it does. That reminds me, your new armor looks really cool too, Gareth.
Happy Cat?
Huh?
She got stunned.
Me? I'm fine. I was just a little taken aback by Altria's new outfit. I'll be damned. I guess fairies of paradise really do have all the same taste in clothes.
I'm glad to see you and Gareth are no worse for wear either, Habitrot. Okay, let's get out of Gloucester then. We don't want to keep Percival waiting too long. Oh, don't worry. I already bought a souvenir for Red Rabbit. He's much more innocent than he looks, so I know he'd be disappointed if we didn't bring back something for him. Hey, that's real considerate of you, Oberon. Now, if only a certain someone I could name would start following your example. She keeps those two keep butting heads, though.
Speaking of souvenirs, we got some last time we left Gloucester too, didn't we? I wonder how those fairies are doing now. Want to go say hi before you leave, Altria? They'll actually believe you if you introduce yourself as a child of prophecy now. Huh? You mean those fairies from last time?
No, not today. It's a little too late for a surprise visit now. We can thank them the next time we're in town. Right, Altria? You can see them anytime you come back here, can't you?
Right. Besides, I don't have anything to give them now. I don't have anything to give them now anyway. Next time I'll make sure I'll have lots of return gifts before I pay them a visit.
Got it. Then let's get going. Time is money and we still have to discuss our next move. There's something I should double check with Oberon. Oh? How come you're hanging back, Yusaku? Did you forget something? Oh, did you want to pick up some of the good tea while you're here? Actually, I want to ask you something. Sure, what is it? Where were you the night before the battle at Londinium? I think Beryl may have been more right about you than he realized. You really do have almost a sixth sense for danger. Or maybe your life has forced you to develop one. Well, there's no point keeping this secret, especially since it looks like you've already figured it out, so I'll be straight with you. That night, I was here in Gloucester negotiating a deal that would help us defeat Woodwose. It wasn't with Murian either. It was with Koyanskaya, one of your enemies. Oh, I can tell she's a horrible monster. Probably at least as much of an obstacle to you as Morgan. But even poison can be useful depending on how you use it. Poison is still poison? Exactly. That's why I took steps to ensure it would be used against our enemy, Woodwose, rather than against us. There was never any question of Morgan not sending reinforcements to help him. Woodwose is one of her most valued soldiers, after all. And once the reinforcements arrived, Londinium would have fallen. Percival is a great knight, sure. But he has a bad habit of assuming every other soldier can fight just as well as him. He loves the Round Table army so much that he can't help but overestimate their abilities. Don't get me wrong, that's a good thing. It may be one of Percival's weaknesses, but as the commander of the Round Table army, it's inarguably a strength. which is why I had no choice but to employ an underhanded trick. Woodwose was fully aware of how many soldiers the Round Table Army had, and what tactic they were going to use. He could have easily handled whatever the Round Table Army alone threw at him. So I chose to deploy something he could never see coming, a foreign poison known as Koyanskaya, which never previously existed in Britain. I knew where she could find something she was looking for, so I used that as leverage to convince her to stall the Queen's reinforcements for us. But she did more than that, much more than I ever expected. She somehow made every single soldier disappear without a trace. Right, if she used her immature beast form. It was a cowardly move, I know, and believe me, I'm not proud of it. But if that's what I have to do to advance our cause, I won't think twice. When this is over, I'd like you to decide my punishment. Why would I punish you? You just saved our lives, man. That's why you took the time to ask me about this, right? You could have said nothing, but you're my friend, and friends don't let friends do that kind of thing. Sure, I know, but look, it may be underhanded, but you inadvertently saved our lives, dude. I'd give you a fucking hug for that, man. In 19th century Japan, around the end of the Edo period, the Satsuma domain sent a number of promising young men overseas, so that they can one day help Japan prepare for the age to come. Wait, why are you going about Japan now all of a sudden? Oh. Their ultimate destination was London, the capital of the British Empire, and the city leading the charge into the modern era. Okay, there we go. This man was not chosen for the exchange program. He had been born to a poor samurai family. He had no property and no social standing to merit his inclusion in history. While he may not have been chosen as one of the students, he was able to stow away on the boat carrying them, disguised as one of its crew. At this point, he no longer remembers why he left his homeland. Maybe he didn't want to be there for the end of an era. Maybe he was simply fed up with its culture. Or maybe he just wanted to see what life was like in another country. Either way, he no longer remembers. Still, there is one thing he loved more than his country, his family, his friends, or even people in general: art. The only memory from that time he still barely retains is the premonition he felt upon arriving at the harbor. His eyes sparkled at the new world that lay before him. Compared to the stagnant hometown he had left behind, it may as well have been another planet. The man slipped away from his work at the ship and began exploring this new city with only a map as his guide. It was like a dream come true. He wished he could stay longer. But he was cunning and knew the reality of his situation. He knew that dreams inevitably end and timetables need to be followed. As we returned to the harbor by sunrise, he would still be punished, but at least he would have a way home. So after checking the time and confirming he still had plenty of it, he snuck into a third noble's mansion. The mansion in question was home to many beautiful works of art. But there was one picture in particular which was so eerie and disturbing that it took the man's breath away. Reluctantly, he slipped back out of the mansion and returned to the harbor where the exchange student's ship was docked right on time. Sorry. It took him a full day to realize he had inadvertently wandered into an even stranger, more unfamiliar land. Somebody! Anybody! Help! Please, I just want to go back to Japan. From that point on, the man's life was filled with adventure. Soon afterwards, he was captured by fairies and made into a slave. As the fairies' captive, he endured countless hardships. When the fairies thought he had reached his expiration date of 30 years, they set him free. But since he was not originally bred and raised in Fairy Britain, he still had many years ahead of him. While the land of the Fae was far too harsh an environment for a man of 55 to endure, he had to make sure to observe the fairies around him closely over his 30 years of slavery. He erased his old identity, hired fairy workers of his own, and founded a company. He had his fairies kill other fairies, dissect them, and study them. He then created a serum of perennial youth to slow his aging process. Its effects were nearly imperceptible, but it was better than nothing. He continued his efforts for the next 40 years, becoming a 90-something-year-old man who still looked like a young fairy. Even then, he made it a point to only deceive the Earth Clan. The Earth Clan fairies were narrow-minded and obstinate, but they also valued technology and were willing to trust someone based on the quality of their goods rather than their personality. They were completely lacking in business acumen. And so, the man became the Earth Clan's leader's secretary, and found he got along with the leader better than any other fairy. There was even something of a friendship between the two. The Earth Clan's leader genuinely cared for the man, and together they started their own company. And so, Spriggan and Capless, Fairy Britain's very first general department store, was born. Oh, Spriggan? Why are we getting Spriggan lore right now? Sometime later, the man murdered the Earth Clan's leader in cold blood. He needed his name to develop Norwich further, in service of his goals. There is no one left in Fairy Britain who knows the man's original name. I doubt proper human history is any different. Alrighty, let's see now. What is Spriggan up to?
I swear, I don't know when I'm going to get a decent night's rest again. Orders have been pouring in non-stop ever since yesterday. Camelot, Londinium, Edinburgh, our iron weapons are selling as fast as we can make them. And then there's the remnants of Woodwose's army and the Gloucester's Bell of Pilgrimage. Fairies calling for Morgan's downfall have been popping up in villages all throughout the land, not just in the major cities. Good grief, I can only imagine how the Queen must feel, seeing her 2,000 years of rule come to this. Queen Morgan may be a great ruler, but the masses still have no idea just how great her accomplishments are. Only a scant handful of them could even begin to comprehend the sheer scale of her strategy. It's a lot like how those who live in the cities only see their own homes and completely miss the fact that their city wouldn't exist at all if not for the ground it's built upon.
Well, this is a surprise. It almost sounds like you want Morgan to keep ruling. I don't know who this is.
Not at all. I'm simply stating facts. Personally, I agree with the world at large. It's time Her Majesty stepped down. I'm not even saying she's at fault. She's simply been in power for far too long. The Queen has made an excellent country, but her values are simply too old-fashioned. I can hardly blame her, seeing how she's over 2,000 years old. Countless generations of her subjects have come and gone, and in that time their values have changed. If the Queen continues her policy of being at one with nature while tightly controlling the human population, this island will never grow beyond its current tiny size. There are a few things more frightening than the harm perpetrated by an out-of-touch
Gerontocracy. Is it gerontocracy or gerontocracy?
Perpetrated by...
I'll just say gerontocracy, yeah.
By an out-of-touch gerontocracy. Old parts are meant to be changed out, not left running forever. Of course, I have no intentions of becoming king myself. Even in the world of proper human history I came from, Britain was ruled by a queen.
What? This guy's from proper human history?
So I believe fairy burning is also best ruled by a queen. Wouldn't you agree?
Then, who did you have in mind for the next one?
Ideally, I would prefer a bright and cheery fairy who generally loves her people. One of surpassing beauty, but who is more wicked still, and preferably ignorant of her own foolishness. Now that would be a queen worth supporting. If I ever serve another overly intelligent ruler in my life, it will still be too soon.
So that's why you chose her. True, she does seem like she would be a good fit for you. But the chances of that coming to pass are negligible. Negligible. Yeah. The chances of that coming to pass are negligible. She has no hope of defeating Morgan, much less assuming the throne. We're talking about Altria?
Right you are. As far as I know, there's only one person out there capable of defeating her. And as luck would have it, my soldiers keeping an eye on the battlefield just happened to find them. All I have to do now is decide when to send them in. I must say I'm glad we're in Britain. No one else here is familiar with the idea of using a piece captured from the enemy for your own ends. You're not born with a trump card, you gain them as the spoils of battle. That said, I haven't exactly had many opponents to play with over these last 100 years.
Who's he talking about?
They let me escape. They let me escape. They took pity on me, the High Queen's daughter. Beryl was there helping me. I wasn't holding anything back. So why? Why couldn't I win? Me, the High Queen's own daughter.
I can't scream that one. No.
Mother doesn't need any daughters but me. There doesn't need to be any other mage than me. If only I had some magecraft that was just mine. Something special, fit for the Queen's High Daughter. Oh. What was I thinking? I haven't lost at all.
Oh, she's delusional.
All I have to do is bring the guardian from Mother's throne.
Uh-oh. That doesn't seem good. Okay, we'll do 17. Oh, give me a sec. Be right back. Okay, sorry about that. Someone was sending me a message about something pretty crazy regarding Vanguard. So, yeah. Let us continue. I think we'll probably do 6 and 17 and end it here after. Or if there's a... whatchamacallit. If there's a fragment, we'll do that. We'll end it after that fragment.
Percival! We're back!
Hello, everyone. I'm glad to see you're all safe and sound. Congratulations on another job well done, Altria, Yusaku. I think everyone in Britain must have heard that Bell of Pilgrimage ring. As your exclusive Knight Rider, I too couldn't be happier about this latest success. On a different subject, did you happen to pick me up a souvenir? I don't know if you remember this, but it was no easy feat for us fairy horses to transport you all from Londinium to Gloucester in only half a day. Of course we remember. Here you go. 2-in-1 hair restore and suntan oil. I found it at a shady-looking hole in the wall. It's just one of many different Magecraft trinkets being sold there now, thanks to Altria's previous escapade. Huh? Hair restorer? For a horse? There's no need to hide it. I already know you're a fashionable fairy who cares a great deal about his appearance. Be honest, aren't you itching to change your look now that Altria's done the same? You're a great fairy, Oberon. A shady-looking hole in the wall, you say? Sounds like the perfect place to me. Nay! Alright, now that Regia's spirits have been lifted, let's say we head back to Londinium. Next on our list is Oxford's Bell. Once we ring that, this war will really kick into high gear.
Actually, there's something else we should take care of first. Would you mind if we change venue so we could discuss our future plans a little more privately?
Oh, that, huh? Okay, then why don't we try going into those woods over there, away from the highway? But of course, yeah, we... Damn, sorry about that. I had no idea this forest was actually a Morse nest. Please stand back, fairies. The Round Table Army will handle this. Us, his third ascension form. No need to worry about us. Those Moors won't be able to so much as touch me. I am Red Drubbit, the fairy steed of flame. See for yourselves how my body burns. Nay! Come, Sir Percival. Come, Lady Gareth. Let us demonstrate what the Knights of the Round Table truly aspire to. Wait, why does she look all kind of gloomy? Okay. Only up to 2, huh? Well, let's see. Well, looks like it's another job for Kiara. Let's get my own Altria in here.
ええ、せっかく夏ですので可愛らしい私のボテンに参りましょう。
Essie and Lobo.
熱を帯びなさい、マルミアドワーズ。波のプール、お好きでしょ。もう、はい、艶やかに柔らかに。一皮むけばすべて幻。どうぞ身も心も私、ニルマニアヘブンズフォート。ほらほらこっちは失礼。痛い怖い、上手になさいませ。
Wait, what? Sleep?
早炊きです、カルメラ。
Oh, that's kind of dirty.
圧倒します。下がっているようにないぞ。そこです。こちらです。やっ。深い。はい。もちつややかに柔らかに。迷いも嘆きも大切に海の泡に返しましょう。ニルマーナラヘブンズフォー。軽く一人当然とはいえ嬉しいものですね。皆さんのおかげです。
So, as I was saying, I was actually thinking of ringing a different bell of pilgrimage next. We know exactly where Oxford's bell is, and now that Woodwose is gone, we can ring it any time. So I propose we head to Orkney next. Morgan is bound to be watching Oxford right now, which should mean Orkney is ripe for the picking.
I see. That's a good point. We'll have to make our way to Orkney eventually after all. Since none of the Queen's troops have been deployed there, now would seem to be our best chance. Unfortunately, it's not quite that simple. The Queen will send her army after us the moment we head to Orkney, to say nothing of Nocturne Riab's army in the north. So I think it would be safer to advance the Round Table army up near Camelot, and then have some troops protect us on the way to Orkney.
No, if we go there as an army, Nocturne Riab will mobilize her army in response. She's already gone on record saying she sees the Child of Prophecy as an obstacle and Altria as a rival. So if Altria makes any overt moves, she'll have no choice but to get in our way by virtue of her position as queen. But we really don't want to fight the Northern Fairies unless we absolutely have to. We need them on our side. We need them on our side fighting Morgan instead. Right, Percival? Altria?
Right. We would like nothing more than to form an alliance with the Northern Fairies. Not as allies in the fight against the Queen, but as fellow citizens of Britain. We've tried sending messengers to Nocturne Riab several times, but unfortunately she won't even give us the time of day.
I mean, Nocturne Riab does hate humans. Actually, I don't know if I'd say hate so much as... Well, never mind, that doesn't matter now. Anyway, I agree with Da Vinci. I think the fourth bell I should ring should be Orkney's. Once I do that, we can stop by Nocturne Riep's camp on the way home. She should be willing to negotiate with us now. Yeah, you're the child of prophecy in both name and deed now. The Chocolate Queen can't afford to ignore you anymore. Okay, then the question is, how do we get to Orkney without anyone finding out?
What if we went to the Lake District? It's a marshland in northwestern Britain and constantly mired in fog. The terrain is too treacherous for an army to cross, and it's full of moors too. Give me 1 second. Okay. Sorry about that, though. Just got a call from my brother. That's it. Both Nocturne Ryop's army and the Royal Army always keep their distance. It would be a much more dangerous route than taking the highway, but sounds like a good idea to me. Let's do it. We only got but so many people with us. We'd be better off dodging more than an army. I guess that's true. What do you think, Yusaku? If it gets us there undetected, I'm all for it. I see. Then I guess that's that. Personally, I don't think splitting off from our army is a good idea, but I guess you guys are used to moving about as a small elite unit. For a team with your skills, the Lake District shouldn't be much of a problem. Good luck, I'll be rooting for you.
Huh? You're not coming with us, Oberon?
Of course not. The Round Table Army is in the middle of a rapid growth period. Someone has to stay and keep an eye on them. Powering up the Child of Prophecy with the Bells of Pilgrimage is important, of course, but so is improving our army. Percival, I'd like you to come along and command the Round Table Army too, so we can secure Oxford's bell. It'll leave Londinium a little thinly guarded, but if we can occupy Oxford, we arguably won't need it anymore. And once that happens, the Queen's army won't have any more reason to attack there. Then it's settled. Altria, Yusaku, Muramasa, Da Vinci, Gareth, and Habitrot will set out for Orkney's Bell by the way of the Lake District. Red Drabbit, would you be willing to help them? I can certainly take them there as far as the edge of the Lake District, but I won't be able to bring the wagon in there. So once I've seen all you off, I'll lay low in Edinburgh and pretend to be a wandering knight. You'll all be stopping by Edinburgh on your way back from Orkney, right? So I'll rendezvous with you there. That sounds perfect. Where have you been hiding all these smarts? For that matter, why were you toiling away as Aurora's secret wagon horse all this time? You could have a much more prestigious career under Woodwose. As you can see, I've always had an affinity for the Wind, so the Wind Clan City feels like home to me. Didn't you say you were the fairy steed of the flame earlier? Alright then, Oberon and I will head back to Londinium.
Wait, I'm going with you too. I'm sorry, Altria. I know this is selfish of me, especially after I declared myself the Child of Prophecy's #1 knight. I know my going back to Londinium probably won't make that much of a difference. But I can still help there, and I just can't leave its people to fend for themselves. Of course, Gareth. You have nothing to apologize for. I think it's great that you found somewhere you belong. Don't worry about me. With Yusaku, Da Vinci, and Muramasa, I'll be just fine. Sure, I'll miss having you around, but it won't be long before we get to see each other again in Londinium, so let's make sure we both gotten stronger by then. You got it. In the meantime, I'll be keeping my ears peeled for the ring of the next bell.
Good luck to you too, Oberon. Right, take care out there. Be warned, there's a ton of ash over on that far shore, and it also gets freezing cold out there. And since neither Blanca nor I can cross the ocean, we have no idea what may be going on inside Orkney. Still, whatever you find there, I'm sure it won't be as bad as what you had to overcome in the Russian Lostbelt. Oh, and keep an eye on Altria. The more nonchalant she acts, the more she's tearing up inside. Yeah, I know. Guess I needn't have bothered warning you, huh? I'm glad she's in good hands. Once we rung the Orkney and Oxford bells, we'll have to move faster than ever. So in the meantime, I'll do whatever it is necessary to find out where the 6th bell is located. After that, it'll finally be time to face Morgan, regardless of how the odds are stacked against us. What's more, something tells me that even defeating her won't be enough to solve all our problems. Oh, hey, Crazy Yuki boy. How you doing, man? How was your Apex stream, I believe. It looks like it says on the thing. So let me give you a shout out. Yeah, so that was your... Right. So those of you, welcome. I'm Yusei D-Wheeler, and yeah. And thank you for the raid, yeah. It was hell. Oof. Must have been something going on in that game, huh? Wait, what? Or did you try to say hello? Or I thought you were responding. I was like, "Hey, how was Apex?" And it just wrote hell. Sorry. Oh, you meant to type hi. Oh, okay, gotcha. No worries, man. Yeah, I'm just doing the Lostbelt 6 story right now for MA. So, there's something else in Britain cursing every living creature here. Unfortunately, we haven't the least idea what it could be. Remember this, Yusaku. We still know almost nothing about Britain's history. If we're lucky, you'll find a clue as to how this world came to be by the way it is in Orkney. You go, Resto? Alright, enjoy some. Oh, thank you. Thanks for the raid, man. And yeah, get yourself some good sleep. And if we're really lucky, that clue may just give us the edge we need to defeat Morgan. Ooh, alright. Ooh! Oh shit, hey, thanks for the bits, man. You didn't have to do that, but thanks. Oh, thanks.
What happened?
Yeah, just one of my friends just gave me some bits.
Oh, that's cool. What act are you in the story?
17.
Oh, okay, you're like a few chapters ahead of me. Enjoy the story for this album is really good.
Oh, yeah. Alright, guys, I'll be right back. Let's get some ice. Okay. Sorry about that, folks. Just got myself another drink. Let me just pour myself a drink and then we'll continue on. So we're going to be fighting a caster. So let me just, yeah. Is this Ultria?
I hear a bell ringing. I hear a voice, my voice, called to me in a dream that hasn't changed once in my entire life.
But this is everything we can do for her right now. We think it'll be at least some use. So please make sure she gets it, okay? Oh. Is this when she got the gifts from those random people?
Okay. Okay, I will. I think the Child of Prophecy will be thrilled to receive this.
Yeah? Yeah, we think so too. You guys make sure you keep her safe, okay?
I didn't really want to accept those gifts. It was all junk. Any upper-class fairy who saw it would just think it was just a pile of trash. But for those fairies, who struggle just to make it through the day, it was their most precious treasure. I could see their hopes, their feelings in those gifts, and I could see their future. I saw the hope they were clinging to. I saw their joy in believing in something warm. I saw them tear up from the sheer gratitude of being alive, no matter how hard life was for them. And I saw how they would probably be gone by the next morning. The next time we came to Gloucester, those fairies were nowhere to be seen. They didn't trust their hopes to the Child of Prophecy because they knew they weren't long for this world. They would have loved to live longer, but they wanted to help the Child of Prophecy even more. So they gave me the only treasure they had, their lives. I really wish they hadn't. I see a Britain I don't recognize, in a world I know nothing about. I see a young squire standing alone in a town lit only by the rays of the setting sun. It's me as a little girl, though raised as a boy. This other Altria is placing her hand on the Sword of Selection, even though no one told her to.
Britain's destruction is all but certain now. Anyone who would claim its throne is destined to be a sacrificial lamb. If you become its king, the people will place all their hopes on your shoulders, asking you to make everything right. If you fail, they'll be just as quick to curse you, blaming you for everything going wrong. You'll gain nothing from this. Truthfully, you'll only be making life harder for yourself.
A lone mage with a kind face stands behind her, encouraging her not to go through with this.
You should think long and hard before you make your choice. Once you draw that sword, you'll never be able to go back to an ordinary human life.
Yeah, think about it. No, there's nothing to think about. This just doesn't make sense. The world ending is everyone's problem to solve. If it's going to end, it should end with everyone cursing each other equally. So why? Why are you... I saw a great many people smiling. I don't think that was a mistake.
She pulls the sword. In the Battle of Camlan.
And this is what happened as a result. A pariah to even her own knights and subjects, even after she rebuilt the entire country. Crushed beneath the weight of a world's hope without ever knowing joy of her own. All she built came to ruin, and her trusted companions killed each other. Everyone she knew was dead, so she died alone. Is this some kind of joke? It's not funny. It's just cruel. How could you just use her to get what you wanted and then ignore her forever? How could you forget her like she was just some story you'd finish enjoying? Why did she have to do all that? Why did she feel like she had to? There was no reason at all for her to become king. It just seemed like she had the power to. I don't understand. I've seen her whole life play out, and it hardly seems like something to aspire to. Why did it have to be you? Couldn't you have just let someone else do it? The worst thing I could say slipped out of my mouth before I could stop myself. My other self quietly turned around to face me and said, "Perhaps. I do think there may have been someone else more suitable for this role." "Then why? Why in the world did you do this?" "Why? I think you know the answer better than anyone."
We've been heading north on the highway all night, and it's almost noon now. At this place, we should arrive at the entrance to the Lake District by nightfall. Nay! But please remember that we'll be parting ways temporarily once we get there.
Oh, right, about that. I was actually hoping we could tweak our plans a little, and you could head west from here. That's the way to Manchester, right? I want to stop by there before the Lake District. Manchester? As in Barkis domain? Are you sure about this? Yusaku?
I already suspected as much.
You're a dog person too? What about you, Muramasa?
What? Is it really that surprising? I just assumed you'd work that out when Da Vinci said she wanted to go to Orkney.
Well, I didn't, okay? What about you, Habatrot? Did you know?
Me? Da Vinci talked to me about it before we got on the wagon. She wanted to know if I'd mind stopping there before Orkney.
So even you already know about this? Even you already knew about this, Happy Cat? But I'm supposed to be the leader. I'm sorry, Alchia, but even if you were on board with this plan, I didn't think you'd be able to keep it to yourself. Bargus is still technically one of the Queen's Tamlin, so I didn't want Percival and Oberon to know about this. Good point. Percival would worry if he knew we were stopping by an enemy's territory. And I doubt Oberon would have been happy about it either, since she burnt down his forest.
Manchester's a nice place. It's very unlike Oxford, which has been getting more modernized with its restaurants. It's still an idyllic fairy town, like you'd see in a story. Nay! Fighting may be against the rules in Gloucester, but Manchester doesn't need to ban fighting. The whole town despises it, you see.
Really? Even though survival of the fittest is the law of the land there?
Don't worry. Bargus' take on survival of the fittest isn't quite what you're thinking. What? You'll see when we get there. Alright, then Manchester it is, nay. Trust me, it's a lovely place full of peaceful wildlife. There won't be any fighting there whatsoever. I give you the Red Rabbit guarantee.
Haven't had such a clear red flag in a while.
local tavern.
Woo! You tourists look really strong. This is awesome. Get him!
God damn it. As soon as we got in.
Hey, you look strong. Get him.
Oof. Okay, so we are dealing with... Why don't I use my Da Vinci? I don't really think I need any other servants here, though. Huh? It's only a single one. I thought we'd be fighting more.
熱を帯びなさい。マルミアドワーズ。早炊きですね。カルウェイ。メンテナンスは十分かな。よ、あちらもどうぞ。誇りにかけて。駆け抜けるは前人未到。未完の馬よ、輝ける轍を残せ。人生はとても楽しい。ビューティフルジャーニー。輝きの
Oh, god damn it.
運命をかけた戦いであれば運命をかけた戦いであれば文字通り手はいくらでもあるのささあこのスリル圧倒しますそう君たちはあらゆる困難を乗り越えるその勝者を今示そうビューティフルジャーニーさあ行けるところで行ってみようほっ輝き
Huh. That's one survivor.
あちらこのスリあちらもどうぞほっやあ乱暴ですね当然とはいえ嬉しいものですね皆さんのおかげです
Whee! Alright. Okay, we're fighting a saber. I'm guessing we'll fight Barghest, maybe? Oh, what the hell was that? Sorry, I actually clicked out at a moment. Okay, can't really scream that one. Pain noises. Why is she in pain?
The same dream I had several times before. I'm crying. I'm crying while...
Wait, why is that... Wait, why is that censored? Eating. I mean, we all know it says eating.
While eating the remains of what used to be my lover. They're delicious. I'm so happy. This is wonderful. It hurts. I'm heartbroken. This is a madness. Predation is the fact of life for the wild creatures. It's natural for us to seek out others, love them, and become one with them in order to survive. Living by the laws of the wild is also a source of pride for me.
Sorry.
I'm blessed with an exceptional spirit origin even for one of the Fang clan. As the one who was born strong, I have a duty to govern and protect the weak. I have to be strong. I have to eat the strong so I can grow stronger. You see, my rules are right. I only love the strong. And I eat those I love so that I may become an even better wild creature. That is my lot in life. That is how I have had many strong meals, so I can defend Britain and protect the weak. But deep down,
Having another good cry? Blank? Bargus, maybe? Why don't you come over here? You don't have to stop crying. Just tell me what happened today. Did something painful happen? Something sad? Did it happen to you while you smiled? Did it happen to someone else while you got upset? Whatever it was, please tell me. I want to know how you feel. It's okay. I promise I'll never stop liking you, no matter how embarrassing it may have been.
his body seemed as though it could fall apart at any moment. He could barely speak above a whisper. He was the weakest creature I've ever known, yet he helped me tremendously when I was on the verge of a breakdown.
You know, there's nothing like a fun story to cheer you up in hard times. Why don't I tell you another tale of your favorite Knights of the Round Table? I'll tell you a story of Flotsam. I'll tell you a story of Flotsam that drifted here as a changeling. A florid, proud, and slightly somber story. A story of the brave knights you've always looked up to.
The knights of those stories were not compelled by anyone to be righteous. They were born righteous. They were proud. They were wonderful. They protected the weak and did good deeds wherever they went. They may have only stories from another world, but I still admire them more than anything. Even though a despicable fairy like myself had no right to do so. Whenever I shared my trepidations through my tears, he always responded with a gentle smile.
There, look out at the garden. Those flowers you planted have grown in beautifully. And I see you planted another one for me today, so that I could enjoy them even though I can't walk. Thank you. That's so kind of you. I only hope that one day you'll be free of the pain you carry in your heart. That's right. Her love runs true and deep. And with every new relationship, she's certain she can prevail over her need to consume. She has never succeeded. Now she's at her limit. No, she reached her limit long ago. I don't know how many times she's thought of putting herself out of her misery. But despite that urge, her strong sense of responsibility forbids her from taking the easy way out. So she lives with the guilt of devouring her lovers, and as penance she continues to protect Britain even as it tears her up inside. She's an example to all of us. That's why I want to help her in any way I can. You're the only fairy possessed of true nobility. It would be a tragic loss for you to take your own life. So let's make a deal, Barghest. It's still a little too soon for you to take on the curse, after all.
Sorry, so sorry.
High on life, fairy. I'm really sorry about that, everyone. I hope you can forgive them. I promise I'll give these idiots a stern talking to later, so this sort of thing doesn't happen again. They're very susceptible to trends, you see, and well... You know how they're talking about Camelot preparing for war these days, right? That made them want to have a pretend war of their own. They were satisfied with board games up until you walked in, but...
Oh, come on! Those fairies and the humans just look so strong. I knew it'd be a blast to fight them.
Don't be daft. Have you forgotten that Lady Barghest is back right now? If you louts ever get someone killed and she finds out about it, she'll have your heads and mine. You ought to be thanking your lucky stars that these people are so strong and understanding. Also, no more alcohol for you until I say so.
Come on, don't be like that. I can't go back to not drinking human alcohol now that I know how good it is.
Oh, so she's wasted.
Well, Red Rabbit, care to revisit your Red Rabbit guarantee?
That's strange. I distinctly remember Manchester as a town bursting with smiles, kindness, and violence.
Don't be silly. There's no violence here. The rule of Manchester is survival of the fittest.
Huh, she looks like just the fairies we saw in Wales.
I'm Jenny. I was just born near here recently. I see, that explains it. So you must not know much about Manchester yet. Do you happen to know where the Lord's house is, Jenny?
You mean Lady Barghest?
Sure, it's over that way, at the end of the big road.
That's a nice looking mansion.
Oh yeah, I see it now. Looks like it's a big mansion with a beautiful garden. Anyway, I thought Manchester was a Fang clan town, but I guess it has fairies like you too. Are there Earth clan fairies here as well? I'm not sure. I haven't seen many Earth fairies. There are lots of humans here though. It's about half fairies, half humans.
Really? So far I've only seen fairies walking around. Are there really that many humans here too?
Of course! It's survival of the fittest here, so the strong have to protect the weak. I know, because I'm one of the ones being protected. Lady Barghest might be strict, but she's also really kind and really funny.
So that's how she defines survival of the fittest, huh? Now I get it. I had my suspicions, given what we've seen of her. But it does look like to Barghest, survival of the fittest ain't about the strong preying on the weak.
That's right. She's been like this for as long as I can remember. The strong should only eat the strong. The weak aren't worth eating, so they must be protected. She'd say that all the time.
Okay, now seems like a good time to ask about this, because it seems like she's had history with her. Did you know Barghest when you were kids or something, Altria?
Of course not. Don't be silly. I mean, you saw how Barghest didn't even recognize me, right? Nope. Certainly haven't known her for a long while. No, sir. In fact, I don't know a single thing about her. Nothing. Huh? I know about Lady Barghest. She's back at her mansion right now. Everyone in town keeps congratulating her over coming back to visit her new lover all the time. Are you kidding me? All her talk about being a proud and noble Tamlin, and she still has time to keep lovers?
Barghest's lover, snort. I don't even want to think about it. Nay. You can't take what rumors say too seriously. It's not like she ever confirmed any of them herself. And even if what they say is true, that's between her and her lovers, right? If they're all okay with it, who are we to judge?
Well, true love or not, crimes are crimes. But this is also the land of the Fae, and we know different areas have their own very different rules. Still, now that we come this far, we can't leave without seeing her. If you're scared, Red Rabbit, it's okay, you can wait here. Besides, we're the ones who wanted to talk to her.
Oh, that's okay. I've come this far with you, and I'm not about to part ways now. Besides, I can't help it if she sets her sights on me as her next dish. That's just a burden someone as popular with all, That's just a burden someone as popular with all the ages as me has to hear. So if things take a turn for the worst, I can at least be a meat shield for the rest of you while you make your escape. Nay. Now come, let us be off to the demon's lair. I'm certainly not afraid of any horrific fairy-eaten black dog.
Welcome to Manchester, everyone. What a wonderful surprise to see you take me up on your request less than a day after I made it.
Why is she so polite? Gorgeous. I like how it just says horse now. Who in the world would call such a beautiful lady horrific? I see now that you are nothing less than a true noble, nay, a true champion. Personally, I, Red Rabbit, feel as though I've just been hung out to dry in the final corner.
Thank you for your kind words. May I ask who this Fang Clan fairy is? Don't worry about him. He's just another hapless horse. Happy Cat, would you mind taking Red Rat outside for a bit?
Sure thing. Come on, Red Rabbit. Let's go out to the yard. I noticed there was a fun-looking plaza out there.
It's called a paddock, Habertrot. Ah, there really is nothing like a clan mansion. They always have so many luxuries, even when the owner has no particular plans to use them. Nay.
I see you're still wearing your dress today.
I just got here myself not too long ago, so I haven't had time to change yet, that's all. Anyway, I'm glad you let us in here without even patting us down. Now that we know for sure you don't mean to fight us, we can relax and get down to Barghest. I'm afraid you are mistaken in that. While I certainly bear you no ill will, as you can see, I do have every intention of fighting you. Huh? What's the meaning of this, Barghest? Would you kindly stay out of this? My business is with you?
Should be an angry face.
Yusei, master of Chaldea, and Leonardo da Vinci, his faithful servant. I know this is unbecoming, but I would like to ask you, with all respect, for a duel. Would you be so kind as to show me your strength once again?
Of course.
Now I see. You want to find out if Chaldea can walk the walk before we talk the talk, huh? I gather you won't trust us unless we can prove we're able to beat you without the Child of Prophecy's help. That is true, yes, but more than that, I'm interested in you, Yusei. I want to see just how far a mere human could go against us fairies. No, I'm going to see for myself whether your victories so far have been more than a fluke.
Ah, interesting. Well, I'm gonna have to use my own Child of Prophecy. Let me get Emiya Alter out on this one, I believe. Guess I'll go with that.
士族の誇りにかけて。
いいじゃん、皆殺しだ。孫正しく説明しろ。
早炊きですカルウェア。早炊きですカルウェア。早炊きですカルウェア。早炊きですカルウェア。
魔力を回せ。すぐに終わらせてやる。ああ、
下がっているように。
I am the bone of my soul. As I pray,
本気で怒らせる。輝き。華麗に戦うぞ。
No, not my command spells.
この剣は傲慢たる士族の証。震えなさい。ブラックバックガラティーンですわ。
Wait, she said Desuwa?
隙を突かれました。
I think I might want to keep her in her second ascension then.
早炊きですカルウェナ。熱を帯びなさい。丸みアロワーズ。
いいじゃん、皆殺しだ。魔力を回せ。すぐに終わらせてやる。いっそI am the bone of my soul. As I pray, ひざまずけ。
Well, that's all. Huh, alright. Oh, one minute we're fighting, the next we're enjoying a veritable feast.
Whoa, these nochi are so good. I love how versatile potatoes are, no matter what world they come from.
These oysters are amazing too. I was a little shocked when they came out on that huge plate piled up to the ceiling, but damn, if I couldn't eat these things forever.
Don't let the fancy presentation fool you. It's not nearly as impressive as it looks. Just look at all these meat pies dominating the table. There must be enough here to cover Garrett's entire shield. That makes pretty clear how vain Baggy is. She's obviously trying to break our concentration by overwhelming us with quantity and flourishes. Won't work on me, though.
So you're not aware that you're taking a bite of meat pie even as you speak.
Oh man, this is really good. There,
I changed back into my usual armor now that I'm done with both fighting and cooking. I do hope you like the food. I apologize I couldn't make anything more than these simple dishes.
Simple?
Normally, I would have my chefs do the cooking, but I'd given them a leave of absence as part of my house arrest.
You mean you made this all yourself?
That's right, but it's nothing too impressive. I merely imitated flour-based human culinary techniques and drilled them into me. It's a far cry from the gourmet cuisine they serve in Camelot. Huh, is that so? I didn't think you Tamlin were so domestic. It must be hard being the lord of a hick town like this if you have to do your own cooking. I don't understand. Shouldn't everyone who plans to get married someday be able to do all the manner of housework?
Oh god. Ahem. Everything was great, but I think we should get down to business.
Indeed. Now that we've come this far, I'll be completely frank with you. I want to keep the residents of Britain safe. That is why I pledged my horn to Her Majesty. But Her Majesty does not share that goal. In fact, she's actively working to worsen the Great Calamity. She cares only for Fairy Britain itself, not the Fae who inhabit it. So here's my proposal to you, Child of Prophecy. If you mean to ring the bells of pilgrimage so that you may truly save Britain, I am willing to fight for your cause. If need be, I will even rise up against the Queen herself during the Battle of Camelot that is now sure to come. You're serious about this, aren't you? I don't mind having you on board, but what about your pride as a knight? You really want to join our side even after you destroyed the human ranch and burnt down the Welsh forest at the Queen's command? That's right. Even if it's too little too late, I still wish to join you. As to my crimes, you are welcome to convene a court-martial after the Battle of Camelot. Rest assured that I will expect no mercy. I will accept whatever punishment fits my crimes. But first, I want you to promise me one thing. Yusaku, Da Vinci, you have both said it is possible for Fairy Britain's residents to immigrate the proper human history. If that is true and you two are willing to tolerate fairies living among you, then I would ask that you please give the matter some thought. Her Majesty has already told me that our Britain is what is known as a Lostbelt, a world that was meant to disappear to make way for proper human history. I believe it. I have no doubt that this Britain should never have come to exist. What makes you say that, Barghest? You want to protect Britain, right? So why do you think it should never have existed? Aren't those two ideas mutually exclusive? Because we fear this land, every one of us. I suspect you could ask any fairy in the land, and they would give the same answer. At any rate, under Queen Morgan's reign, every fairy will perish by the end of the year. I naturally have no notion of what our lives would be like under the Child of Prophecy's reign. But if there should be fairies who, under her reign, wish to move outside the world, I hope you would take them in. If worse comes to worse, and this Britain really does disappear, I could ask for nothing more than to have the fairies born here live on in your world.
What do you think, Technical Advisor?
I think it's a great idea. In fact, I can't come up with a single reason to refuse. The storm border is big enough to hold up to 500 refugees. They don't have to live there until we resolve the bleached earth phenomenon, of course. But as long as they're okay with that, they should be able to get by in the border just fine. Besides, this is exactly what the storm border was designed for. It's a modern-day Noah's Ark. While there aren't many of them, there have been a few vessels like that in proper human history. They served as literal lifeboats to preserve the future of the species they carried.
500 ain't a whole lot compared to the fairy population at large, though. You gonna be okay with that, Barghest?
Yes, saving even a small number is far better than failing to save anyone. As long as you remember this promise, no, my wish, then I will gladly become a filthy turncoat for your cause. Of course, I'm sure Sir Gawain would think poorly of me for this. However, however briefly I used his name, I admit the very idea of betraying one's lord must be unthinkable to him.
Gawain would have some choice words for you, but he'd also be proud of you.
I see. So he really would scold me. But I have to ask, are you sure about this, Barghest? Never mind the politics. Are you sure you can trust us, your enemies? I'm sure. You said something like this before yourself, Yusaku. Even if the world is about to disappear, you didn't want to let what might come tomorrow ruin today. And you were exactly right. Instead of worrying what might happen tomorrow, I should focus on what I can do today.
Altria seems a little
Alright. I can't possibly turn you down at this point. Forgetting for a moment how in the world I'm going to explain this to Oberon. Tamlin Barghest, if you really want to help the child of prophecy, you can do so in Camelot. Once the fighting there begins, you are to refrain from attacking the Round Table army. That part is absolutely non-negotiable. Aside from that, well, if you feel like neutralizing some of the Queen's army for us, I'm not going to stop you. Anyway, those are my only instructions. Any thoughts, Barghest? I'm surprised you didn't ask me to open the castle's gates from the inside for you. Did I not say you need not hold back on my behalf? I know, but I just don't trust you enough to rely on you for something so crucial. All you have to do is fight within your means. We can break down the gates ourselves. Good point. If I were lying, you would certainly be in dire straits if you trusted me to open the gates for you. You made the right choice, but I admit, I didn't expect you to be so severe.
Personally, I don't think it's going to come to that. By the way, on a much lighter subject...
Yes, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Could you introduce us to your significant other?
Yeah, I'd love to meet them too. We heard all about it in town. They say you come back to Manchester all the time just so you can spend time with your new squeeze. It's not all the time. I just come here as often as I can. Besides, he's not my significant other at all. He's just a human boy I take care of. I only love the strong.
Wait a moment. Don't tell me she's a Shotokan. Galatine Educardo? Sorry. Having trouble seeing that through my game. But thank you for the follow.
I would never even dream of taking a lover as weak, incapable, and devoid of a future as him.
You sure about that? They say love is blind for a reason. You could just as well end up falling in love with the last person you'd suspect.
I could? I suppose I shouldn't be surprised that proper human history's culture is so advanced. But I digress.
Oh, that's my bottle.
Adonis is very weak. He's been sickly all his life. He's currently recuperating here in my mansion. While he was very excited to meet you when I told him about you, Yusaku, I'm afraid he's been struggling with an unrelenting coughing fit recently. And I haven't been able to get him the medicine he needs thanks to the imminent great calamity. So I want to at least let him get all the rest he needs. That said, I'd be very grateful if you could come here to meet him after the battle at Camelot. I may not be able to come back myself, but I know you'd all get along very well.
Gotcha. Sorry for the uncouth request. I guess fairies aren't the only people you want to keep safe.
Of course not. I may not hesitate to discipline uneducated humans, but even that is no more than the basic training humans need to survive in this world. Fairies and humans are two halves of one whole. You cannot treat them separately. Protecting fairies means doing the same for humans. Well, this has been a really productive talk. I'm glad we stopped by Manchester. I think this has been a good respite for you too, Altria. You must have enjoyed getting to talk with an old fairy friend of yours, right? Sure, you might have been acting huffy, but you clearly also enjoyed the meat pies, seeing how you ate so many.
A respite? Hardly. This wore me out even more than acting the part of the Child of Prophecy around the Round Table Army. Now, if we're done here, let's get going already. We still have to make it to the Lake District by nightfall. The Lake District? I see. You're going to Orkney. There may not be very many moors up north, but each individual moor there is stronger than what you are accustomed to. And those in the Lake District are especially strong at that. Be careful out there.
Thanks for the heads up.
What is it, Vargas? Still got something on your mind? Yes, I was just thinking about the relationship between master and servant you told me about during our meal. Her Majesty told me about servants as well. Servants are spirit beings that are retrieved from the Chronicle of Human History, a place beyond time known as the Throne of Heroes. They come into being when their master summons them for a particular purpose. These servants stay by their master's side, and should their masters die, they vanish. Do I have that all correct? Pretty much, yep. Why? It doesn't make sense.
What? That a servant obey a master when the master's weaker?
I've wondered about that too, but no, that's not what I'm talking about now. I'm talking about Beryl Gut. He claims that Queen Morgan is a servant he summoned himself. But Queen Morgan never called Beryl Gut her master. And above all, he only came to Fairy Britain a few months ago, while Morgan has been queen for over 2,000 years. That's what doesn't make sense. Her Majesty was alive and well long before this man came along. Unless, is it possible to summon a servant version of a currently living person?
Honestly, I've been wondering about that too.
I can think of one possibility. There have been a few cases where the future forms of heroic spirits with exceptionally complex histories have been summoned in the present day while their original selves were still alive.
Case in point, Emiya. Shiro Emiya.
And since in proper human history Morgan was known to have 3 separate personalities, it could be that one of them was summoned here. But of course, if that were the case, it would also mean that there are 2 Morgans here in Fairy... It would also mean that there are 2 Morgans here in Fairy Britain. I don't suppose you've seen any signs of a second Morgan, or even heard rumors to that effect? No, I haven't. There's only one Queen Morgan, and she's not a servant. I've served Her Majesty for 200 years. I am absolutely certain she's a fairy. That is why I wish to ask you about this. Is this Beryl Gut truly Morgan's master?
Yeah. Wonder what's up with that. Alright. And here we are. The end of section 17. Circumstantial change confirmed. I have a proposal for you, chosen ones. An offer for those of you who are cast aside. If you desire acclamation, then choose rebirth. If you desire indolence, then choose eternal sleep. It makes no difference to a god. Makes no difference? Well, it sure as shit makes a difference to me whether I live or die. Living inevitably means struggling, while dying takes those struggles right off your plate. I've always preferred to keep things simple. I can't even dance if I've got too much on my mind. Acclaim, power, the future of humanity, being the best version of myself I can. Fact is, I don't care enough about myself to get worked up about any of that. Okay, Mr. Foreign God, I hear you, but before I give you my answer, can you tell me one thing first? I asked him if there was anything in this world that actually mattered to me. And he answered me without a second thought. Yes, that's a god for you. Hey, Kirstaria. So you made it back to life too, huh? Well, hey, that's awesome. I thought I'd be the first one out. but I guess I was dead wrong. I mean, we're talking about a foreign god here, right? One who says he's gonna refute all of human history. I figured the only ones who'd jump on a sweet offer like that would be me, Pepperoncino, or David. Not at all. I have as much desire as the next person. What could be more enticing than the prospect of creating a new human history? You'd have to be mad to refuse. Well, damn, I stand corrected. So you finally showed your true colors, huh, Wodyne? I mean, there's been times before when I couldn't believe the stuff that came out of your mouth, but still. Anyway, you've got a real nice smile now. I like it. It's a big relief. That smile says, I'm gonna abandon all of humanity to their deaths so I can be the king of the next goddamn world. If you were all broken up about this while pretending to be one of the good guys, then I'd have some serious reservations about sticking with you. Do I really seem that different now than I did before? Nope, you don't. That's why I'm so happy about this. You've actually been off your rocker this whole time. Oh well. At least I already knew on some level that the members of Team A misunderstood me in many ways. Huh? Hey, don't get all gloomy on me. I like this new you. So, what do you want me to do, Wodyne? You're the team leader, yeah? And hey, now I finally get what the whole cryptor thing was all about. That's right. You were brought into the Singularity repair missions for emergency contingencies, weren't you? You know about our secret Sirius lights and how to use them. You also know how they're designed to deliver the decisive blow to ensure the preservation of humanity. When the foreseen singularities appear in the 7 points in human history, we expect them to. Huh? I thought only me and Marisberry knew about the Sirius lights. Guess you did too, huh? Or maybe the foreign god told you. Either way, you sure cut my work out for me. Well, you guessed it. I'm the cleanup guy. It's my job to dispose of anyone thinking about deserting their post. So what are you gonna do with me now? Gonna kill me here while we're all alone so as to not wreck team morale? No. I think your ruthlessness could be useful. I want to use it. Eventually, everyone from Team A will be resurrected and assigned a Lostbelt. From there, the foreign god will give us each a ticket to potentially become the king of the world in exchange for growing our Lostbelt's tree of emptiness. And I would like you to tear your ticket up. You don't mind, right? It's not as though that ticket will actually be good for anything. However, you can't be reckless about it. You'll need to do it in secret while making it seem as though you're still giving it an honest try. Huh? Huh? Hang on. You're telling me to betray the foreign god too? And what was that about tearing up my chance to become the king of the world? Are you shitting with me? You'll be assigned the Isle of Britain. I took the liberty of choosing it for you. I assume you don't mind it being your homeland. I assume you don't mind it being your homeland. And if I do, not even Marsberry was this unilateral about his decision-making, you know. I see. Unfortunately, now that I've already brought this up, I can't pretend it never happened. If you refuse, I'm afraid I'll have no choice but to kill you. What, seriously? So I got no choice in this? Thank you, Beryl. I'm glad we understand one another. You're the only one I can ask to do this. I don't know what that Lostbelt is like, but I do know Britain is crucial to the Magecraft world. There's no telling what could happen if the foreign god were to inhabit something which came from there. It's the one Lostbelt that must be cut down before it can grow to maturity. How you choose to go about it is your business, but... basically, you just want me to slack off like I've always done, right? Okay, pal, you got it. Besides, I never had much interest in competing to be king of the world anyway. This gig's way more up my alley. That said, Wodyne, this is still a deal we're making, so I expect you to keep your end of it too. Once you become the king of the world, you'd better make damn sure I live up to the sorry. You better make sure I live it up in the lap. So that was, wow, I'm getting tired now. Sorry, guys. Once you become king of the world, you'd better make damn sure I live it up in the lap of luxury. All right. There we go. Nailed it. Shit. There really isn't a goddamn thing here, is there? Well, apart from all the phantasmals and fairies and assorted nasty beasties running around, how's a place like this going to be any threat to the new human history? I guess even Wodan gets it wrong every now and... No, wait. I remember that look on his face. Whatever's here, he was positive it was going to be a problem. Maybe he knew about something funky going down in London the rest of us didn't. Oh well, no sweat off my back. That just makes my job even easier. Now I can take care of the Tree of Emptiness without anyone getting in my way. Speaking of which, I should probably go about summoning my servant. Thanks for making sure each crypter could summon at least one servant, Marsberry. I mean, it was the least you could do after inscribing us with something as dangerous as the Sirius Lights, but still. Of course, I still don't know exactly what kind of servant I'm gonna get. Gotcha time. But I think I can make a pretty good guess. Whoever I summon, my only condition is that they're capable of destroying the world. He actually summoned Morgan. What? So I hit my pop filter again.
I am Morgan, the Fairy Queen, a ruler. I have come in response to your summons.
Wait, he summoned a ruler?
You there, descendant of witches. Are you my master?
Wait, this Morgan he summoned was a ruler. But the one we have is a berserker. That was a good nap. I knew I made the right choice stopping here before heading home to Darlington. Whoops, sorry, Queenie. Didn't realize you were still hard at work on the throne all by your lonesome. Still, don't you think it's time you chilled out just a bit, Morgan? The Tree of Emptiness is dead. Kirstaria was our biggest enemy, and we defeated him, too. The foreign god never got a hold of the spirit origin she wanted, and she'll never know now. And she never will now. There's nothing for us to be afraid of. We've practically already won. So why not just relax? It's not like Chaldea or the Child of Prophecy are any threat to you, right?
Of course not. I've never considered either of them to be my enemy. My only enemies are the humans who once rejected me, and the Isle of Britain that would reject Fairy Britain I've created. Proper human history itself is my enemy, and so I will not relinquish my throne until it has been truly, utterly destroyed. Know this, Barrel Gut. The fault for Baoban Sit's failure in Gloucester lies in part with you. If you are so inept as to be unable to babysit a child, I will be forced to reconsider your position as both my husband and master. Tell Baoban Sit she has had her final chance. I have clearly been soft on her, and it's time she learned to carry herself in a manner befitting my heir.
Whatever you say, Morgan. She'd be a lot happier to hear that from you, but I guess that's too much to ask. You don't really love anyone, so there's no chance you'd allow an heir to take over for you. Man, I almost feel sorry for Baoban Sith being adopted by a woman as cold-hearted as you. Ooh. That was something. But yay, stuff! Hey, there's a... There is a fragment. Do we do this now, or let me see. I was planning on stopping here, but I guess... You know what? I don't know how long this one is, though, and, well, let's just get through it. What will Mash do now? After the incident at the pit, Mash and Ace began investigating the ruins all around Britain. Their only leads were stories passed down within the Mirror Clan, and the mirrors left behind by the Rain Clan. And so, they set out from west to east on a great adventure in search of written records left behind by humans. Between running into Moors, getting attacked by anti-Londinium fairies, and fighting the occasional giant monster with Ace felt like it thing. And fighting the occasional giant monster when Ace felt like it, things weren't always as easy. Wait, she just felt like fighting monsters. But when all was said and done, these travels became lovely memories. Of course, it helped that Mash was always so strong and awesome no matter what.
Hey, Mash, didn't you call me by some weird name when we first met?
Guess I did. I'm sorry. You, look so much like someone else I know that it just slipped out.
Really? There's someone out there who looks just like me? What are they like?
I only spent a little time with her, but that was enough for me to know that she was a wonderful person. She's brave and kind and dependable, and she spent a lot of time in her workshop making all sorts of clothes. Her name is Habitrot. She's a very happy fairy who wants nothing more than to be a friend to brides everywhere.
Whoa! So there's a fairy like that in the future, huh? I guess her name does sound a lot like mine. Maybe it's a fake name like Ace's. Maybe she's trying to cover up her true name.
Huh? That's enough, Mash. You agreed not to tell us too much about the future, remember? You're right, I'm sorry. I just thought it would make Totoro happy, and I didn't stop to think about what I was doing.
Gotcha. You can be pretty careless sometimes, huh, Mash? I'm sorry, too. Still, I like the idea of being a friend to brides everywhere, too. That sounds like a great life to me.
Well, they had a lot of conversations like that, so I thought I'd include one for posterity. Anyway, their search through the ruins lasted about 5 months. They didn't learn much, but they didn't give up either. They kept doggedly pursuing the threads of Britain's history, and eventually arrived at the priestess's prophecy. It was Britain's first prophecy of destruction, a curse left behind by the first human, the priestess of the enshrined deity. It predicted there would be 4 major wars named after the 4 seasons, but the War of Winter had not yet happened. They never did find out what it meant. Really, all we got from our expedition was a lot of fun memories. And while I know I've already written this down several times, let me remind you once again that this took place in Fey Era 400. Now that we're only a few days to go until the coronation at Londinium, which would decide the fate of all of Britain. And as one of the key figures in that coronation, Ace needed to return to the castle soon.
There! The needlework's all done! All I have to do now is make the embroidery motifs. I think I'll make a purple rose for Ace and a blue rose for Mash.
Let me see. You did a good job. I have no complaints. You've gone from crybaby to expert. This is why I love handicrafts. Although I'm not sure about using embroidery for the brooch. Ace is going to be queen, so she should have something that shines. I think a pattern of beads modeled after the world tree should do the trick. Here, give me that. Let me show you how it's done.
Whoa! Have you always been that good with your hands, Black Knight? You're like some sort of sewing master.
Totoro's changed so much since you came along, Mash, and it's all thanks to you. We've been together for hundreds of years, but I've never seen this side of her before. I really am a terrible friend. I was so caught in the fighting. I never even noticed what Totoro was going through, and she's always been there for me. Oh no, I just happened to be in the right place at the right time, that's all. And the only reason Totoro got interested in making clothes in the first place is the upcoming coronation. She said she wanted to make you a gown so pretty that you'd be the fairest fairy in all of Britain. So I'm sure she would have gone on to become a great tailor even if I'd never shown up. Ask? Alright, I think you deserve to know at least a little of how I really feel. I'm no savior, Mash. All I want to do is keep Britain itself alive. I no longer have any intention of saving all its fairies or protecting humans like you. Huh? What are you saying? You are protecting everyone. I've seen it myself. Here's the thing, Mash. For the last 3,600 years, I've been dispelling the calamities that appear every 100 years, and the great calamities that appear every 1,000. Before, when I said I would let the fairies handle the aftermath and go to sleep in a coffin, well, it wasn't the whole truth. The truth is, every time I saved them from a calamity, the fairies would come after me. I've never known a moment of true peace. The only thing I could ever do was run for my life and hibernate for years at a time. I'm sure that, at the start, I really did want to build an ideal nation. But not now. Not anymore. Every time I decide to work harder and finally get it right next time, I only ever end up having more stones thrown at me. I've been imprisoned, crucified, beheaded, drowned, burned. The only thing they haven't done is poisoned me. So by now I stopped putting my hopes in its fairies. My only companions are Totorot, the Black Knight, and Rhynek. I'm not even sure about Uther. Even they only see me as an important tool, nothing more. So I only fight to protect Britain for myself. It's the only place I belong. That's why I'm going to unify the fairies and give humans the right to build a kingdom. That's the Britain I want, the sort of story proper human history would never allow. I've never been Ace the Savior, I'm just Ace the Witch. But surely there must have been at least one good fairy, right? One who believed in you and understood you. Wasn't there ever a single fairy you genuinely wanted to help? No, there wasn't. Not a single one. That's why things turned out this way. Mash, you came here from the era of the High Queen. I don't know which faction you belonged to in that time. I can never know, for if I did, that would change what happens in the future. I've been vacillating for a long time now about whether to kill you or to save you. But I don't think it matters now. This is the Fey era, a history entirely of the Tree of Emptiness's making. And as long as that tree exists, anything goes in this Lostbelt. No matter what may be added to this world, it will simply adjust to its history to match. Things don't have to make sense in a world with a Tree of Emptiness. The reason Morgan was so cavalier about using the water mirror to send things back in time to the Fey era is her awareness that nothing which changed in the Fey era will affect the start of the era of the High Queen. So you're saying worlds created by Trees of Emptiness can tolerate a fair number of discrepancies without falling apart? That's right. That's why I'm here. The Fey era is the last point in time where things can be so wibbly-wobbly. The moment you spoke of the era of the High Queen, I had a flash of insight as to how the future must have played out. She must have used all the magical energy stored inside the Tree of Emptiness to transform this Lostbelt into a singularity. I still won't know why she chooses to do that until the time comes, of course. But in the meantime, Mash, I can tell you that you can only exist while the Fey era lasts. In 400 years at the start of the era of the High Queen, you'll disappear whether you're still alive or dead. You do understand that, right? Yes, I arrived in Britain in the year 2019 of the era of the High Queen. Since I didn't exist in that era before that date, when the Tree of Emptiness dies... I swear, just because Fey era's history can be changed, that doesn't give her the right to send every problem she can't handle back to the past to let nature disappear for her. And now she's started sending servants as well as calamities. Unbelievable. That's just pathetic is what it is. So I guess the least I can do is make things right. Since I'm mixed up in all this too, It's my responsibility to send you back to the future you came from. Huh, are you sure? No, wait, is that even possible? In a way, yes. It should work as long as there aren't any historical inconsistencies leading up to the calamity of Norwich in the year 2019 of the era of the High Queen. So, how would you feel about hiding out at the farthest edge of the world, where no one would ever see you?
Her face. Oh, okay, that didn't take too long. Okay, well, that's section 18 over there. Alright, folks. We've gone on for over 8 hours again. So, yeah. Okay, I don't know if I'll have time to continue this after work today, though, but we'll see what happens, though. But in any event, though, I'm really, really liking the story, and I want to hope to finish this before Anime Expo rolls around, though, so... In any case, though, I want to thank you for tuning in, and I'll see you guys again next time. Alright, take care.